was getting closer.
And?
I threw a rock at him. Just as soon as we take that man there, and slap him in that box there, and roll it into that vat of acid there.
Oh, yeah? Then tell me something, Eddie. If you're so smart, why aren't you rich?
Then I'll see you in your nightmares. Get out of my face, clown!
Which glove?
I couldn't stand the thought that he might take you, too.
Look too long into the abyss looks back through you. Maybe it's time for Batman to return to the night that spawned him, before anyone else gets hurt.
So, we watched the first 3 episodes of Volume 2, Eternal Youth, Perchance to Dream, and the Cape and Cowl Conspiracy. Connor, what did you think of Eternal Youth? The return of Poison Ivy.
Oh, the return. Yeah, the first, minute or so of this, I kept getting bamboozled, because at first I was like, okay, it's obviously Poison Ivy, because, the red hair looked like they were green and whatnot. I was like, yeah, that's Poison Ivy. Then she took out something that looked like a flamethrower. I was like, oh, this could be like a female Firefly, like Gotham had. And then, no, it was Poison Ivy. So I kept getting hit with, these plot, I can't speak, but I kept getting hit with things that changed, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. Good start to Volume 2. But, yeah, it was an interesting episode. I liked how Bruce didn't want to burn down the forest in Amazon. Like, they had that little bit where he's like to his scientist, you'd better not start burning down forests and all that sort of stuff. And then when he won the $10 million, and he's just like, that's nice.
Yeah. $10 million. Casual $10 million.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't a forest burn down in Batman and Robin? Well, I don't know if it's a forest, but like that lab with all those plants.
Well, the lab burned down. I don't think
Wasn't it like...
forest.
Well, I don't know. There were a lot of plants around it. It looked like... Wasn't it like in a forest?
It was in a forest, but
Yeah.
I don't think they specifically said, like...
Well, you would think if that whole lab burned down, the forest caught on fire too.
Yeah, but Batman and Robin is so stupid, I just never really thought of it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's something else that Batman and Robin stole from the show and just made 10 times worse. Batman and Robin isn't even that bad. It's bad.
Oh,
but...
no, it's my favorite movie of all time. I'm not trying to knock on it or anything.
Okay, back on track. Eternal Youth.
Oh.
Alfred got him a woman.
Yeah, Alfred got a bae. That was great. That was a really good plot, actually, and that was probably my favorite of the episode, was Alfred stuff, and now he's got a girl, and going to the Eternal Youth Spa and all that, and Pamela Isley's trying to bamboozle them, and yeah, I thought overall it was, again, an average episode that the Alfred and Maggie stuff made fun, if that makes sense. Alfred got a lot, this is probably the most story Alfred's gotten out of any episode, would you say? Like, so far?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Poison Ivy's just Medusifying people, but instead of stone, they're turning into wood. Or roots, whatever they're turning into.
Yeah, whatever that was.
Did they ever explain how they, de-treeified everyone at the end?
No.
They all died.
Okay, it just happened.
Because
cool, got it.
Batman doesn't even say he had an antidote, he just said he had, something that, reflects the effect, so, when it hits him, it doesn't affect him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not I got this antidote that if you've already been affected by it, you're cured.
Yeah.
Which, I guess if he can make something that prevents it from happening to you, he can just make a cure from that, like a derivative from that or something, I don't know. I don't know how this works, I'm not a scientist. Okay, Everest, what did you think?
I don't think this is a bad episode, but I think it's pretty average. The Alfred stuff is definitely the best part. Just him with, Maggie, I thought that stuff was good, but the whole thing about, Pamela Isley trying to, bring all of these people who had, hurt her plants and stuff to the spa, and then, I don't even know the word. I'm using treeified, alright? Treeify everyone. I never thought that plot was like that. good. It just didn't work for me personally. And then when Batman comes and has to like fight her, I actually think it was an alright like kind of end. But just overall, I wasn't feeling the plot of this episode very much. I would have honestly much rather just have like a full Alfred and Maggie episode, because I thought that stuff was so fun. But I was like Pamela Isley going undercover, I guess, and doing the whole like spa thing. I wasn't a big fan of it. That's just me, but it was an average episode, I guess.
Yeah, and like GCPD shouldn't have needed Batman to figure out like what was happening to all these rich people. It's like, oh, they all disappeared after they went to this Eternal Youth Spa.
Yeah, just some of that was kind of stupid.
I wonder what's going on there.
Poison Ivy is running this mysterious spa, and everywhere that goes there ends up looking like a tree.
Yeah,
well, we're not.
The only detective work Batman has to do is go to this woman's house, find the same tape that he got, and like,
Yeah. Like, this tape looks familiar.
Oh, and when he, like, notices Alfred's gone, like, after he comes back, and then he notices he's not in the manor after he sees the tape, just the raw emotion in Conroy's voice, like, Alfred! Just screaming Alfred. I love that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I can't add much more than that, Poison Ivy and Medusifying people. It's kind of weird. I have not been impressed with Poison Ivy so far.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah, she hasn't been a particularly... I don't know, she's not an interesting character. Like, I don't really think she's an interesting character, even outside of this.
Me either. I've never found her that interesting.
Yeah, I've never liked Poison Ivy. I like Catwoman, but Poison Ivy has never done it for
Poison
me.
Ivy's whole thing is that she, like, seduces people and then likes plants. There's not really much more to her than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. She's for the plants.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like this episode just slightly more than her first episode, just because of the Alfred stuff.
Yeah, I think I liked it more than the first episode as well.
Not by much, but I did enjoy it a bit more. So, let's
See,
go
your
ahead.
episode did have Harvey Dent, though.
Yeah, I did have Harvey Dent. So, let's go ahead and give this some letter grades. First episode, Volume 1. What did you think of it, Connor? What would you give it?
I would give it a C.
A C. Okay,
Meh.
Everest.
I'll give it a... I'll probably go, like, a C-. It's close to a C, but I thought the plot was pretty stupid.
Yeah, I'll give it a C. I mean, it was fine.
Yeah.
Everest, I've taken your job of being the guy that gives the same grade as Braden.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll see if that continues with episode 2, Perchance to Dream. Connor, what did you think of this episode?
This is an awful lot like the Asylum episode, I thought, where, he's kind of in, like, he thinks he's living a different life, kind of, but I know the Asylum episode wasn't. It didn't go that far into saying it was a different life. The Batman was a whole, like, delusion thing. But I did actually really enjoy this episode. I do like kind of takes on characters, whether they're dreams, alternate realities, or whatnot. This was, I know I always bring up like other episodes of superhero shows, but this was really, really similar to Arrow's 100th in that it was a dream machine. There was another version of the hero there.
You mean Arrow's 100th was really similar to this?
Yeah, Connor.
And this is
Let's
really
just
similar
say
to
they
a Superman
influenced
comic
each
that
other.
was later adapted into Justice League Unlimited.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow?
Yeah, and the Justice League Unlimited episode is called For the Man Who Has Everything.
For a man who has
Yeah.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in Supergirl.
Yeah,
as
I've
well.
noticed I really love episodes like this.
Yeah, they're good.
They're stupid.
But,
Because it shows you what they want, but they know isn't real. And
Yeah,
they,
exactly.
They don't want it because they know it isn't real. Like, who would want something fake? No response.
Yeah, I think someone like that.
What?
But yeah, it was a good episode. It was cool he was going Mary Selena in this world. It's weird. There was only one appearance of Catwoman before this episode, wasn't there? Or first appearance, or one other appearance of Selena.
Yeah. It was
So
weird.
it's weird that they're already setting up they'd marry each other in a fake world. Like, I know that in every kind of version of Batman, there's always a thing between Batman and Catwoman, But the fact that they've only met once before this, and already Batman's dream world would be to marry Catwoman, is a little bit too...
Yeah,
it's like it moved too fast. It's like we skipped some episodes between them.
She's like the only girl we've really seen him like get intimate with, though.
But see, that's the thing. Like, I feel like they should have had a few more episodes with Catwoman for this to make sense. Like, even if it's the only woman he's been kind of romantic with in this, it still is a little bit too quickly, in my opinion. Like, there's got to be some other girl he was in love with at some point before the show that he would have thought of instead. But I know it would make sense from our point of view.
Well, yeah, you see that later down the line that he was in love with someone else. So, yeah. I see what you're saying.
No, that makes sense.
But I mean, they just assume that most people know how the Batman Catwoman dynamic is, and they're usually all
So. Like I didn't think twice of it because that's just Batman and Catwoman.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it, but it is a good point.
I would like more of the dream stuff, but it's only a 20-minute runtime. They couldn't have 19 minutes of it be dream stuff and another minute devoted to the wrapping up. They need to devote more time to wrapping it up. So I did think the jump from the alternate stuff right into how it was on Mad Hatter behind it was a little bit too quick, but I got that there was not really another way they could have done it. But it was cool seeing the Mad Hatter again. I thought he was actually better here than he was in his first appearance. Not that he was more well-written, just he was more interesting. Like, seeing Batman come out of the Dream Machine and just immediately start beating up Hatter's henchmen was pretty cool. But yeah, I thought it was a really enjoyable episode.
Yeah, and he didn't even beat up Hatter. Hatter's just like...
Yeah.
He's like, I would have given you everything you wanted just so you'd get out of my life.
Yeah, I would have given you the perfect life just so you could get out of my...
Classic Jervis.
Classic. Yeah, I love this episode a lot. So, but Everest, what do you think?
Oh, I this episode. This is like, man, I'd have to really look at it. This is close to like top 10 episodes of this series for me. I think the whole dream aspect is so cool, and I always love stories like this. Like, For the Man Who Has Everything is one of my favorite Justice League Unlimited episodes, and so I think it works great. Would this have been like the first piece in media that's kind of like this, though, for like superheroes?
Well, I mean, the Superman comic was before this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I mean, like, in
on
television.
Screen?
Yeah, on screen. That was a better word.
I think so.
So that's pretty cool that they kind of took that Superman comic idea and brought it into this, and I think it works really well. And so I just loved seeing kind of the mental battle with Bruce Wayne, because he knows stuff isn't right, but then he kind of wants it to stay for a minute because he's like, oh, like, Leslie makes him calm down for a second because she's like, oh, this is your actual life, and, you've just been kind of making up the Batman thing. And so then at first he's like, oh, Mom and Dad, they're alive, and yeah, I'm good. And then he sees that, their language is all different, and he just knows that something isn't right. And I think the stuff with him and the Dream World's Batman in the clock tower or something, I'm not sure.
Some kind of tower.
Like bell tower?
A bell tower, probably.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty cool. And I don't have, like, any real complaints with this episode. I would, like, maybe agree that, it is a little bit abrupt from, transferring from the dream to that real world and him having to stop Mad Hatter. But I love that they made it Mad Hatter, and I think he works well for this. So, yeah, I love this episode.
I mean, it's like he basically killed himself within the dream, I guess, so that world didn't exist to him anymore. Because he just jumps off the bell tower and then it goes back to reality.
So that's to say, like, if Bruce ended up, like, dying of old age in that dream, would he just wake up in real life.
Yeah, like would he be old?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's
But, like
good.
they say, every dream.
Well, no, because he'd like starve to
like
death.
5 seconds of real lifetime.
Yeah, you live dreams a lot faster. Yeah,
Also, I realized that bit where he's like, reading comes from the right side of
that's
the brain,
what I was about to bring
and dreaming
up.
comes from the left.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I was
false.
like, that's a really cool scene.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that's not true, but
I actually did hear you can't read in dreams.
really,
It's like a thing where you're not able to read in your dreams. I might have gotten that from something like this actually
mean,
already.
think that
I
might
don't
be-
remember ever reading in a dream, but
I don't remember reading in a dream either, so.
I don't like reading, so maybe ask someone that likes reading. If they-
No, I just looked it up. It said you can't read real life, or you can't read in dreams.
Really?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's pretty sick.
Bruce Wayne's smarter than me.
I mean, he's smarter than everyone, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I really like how he knew to go to the bell tower because he was like, "This is always
That was
part
one
of my
his
nightly patrol."
spots. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
And he knew Batman was the solution because that's who he really is. You know, Bruce Wayne's the mask. And even when he's talking to, it's Alfred, and he's like, it's all wrong. Like everything about his life.
Yeah.
He's like, it sounds great, but it's not real. This is wrong. And then the end with Mad Hatter. I really love this episode, and I can't really add any more that I haven't said or that you two brought up, so let's go ahead and give it some letter grades. And like Ever said, this is definitely in my top 10. It's one of my... When people ask me my favorite episodes of the show, it's one of the first ones I think of. So, Connor, what would you give it?
I give it a B+. I feel like that's going to be a lot lower than what you guys are going to give it.
Okay, Everest, I have a feeling we're giving this the same grade.
Bro, I'm gonna go big. I'm giving this one an A+. I absolutely did. Like, I didn't totally remember it, and when I saw it, I was like, dude, such a good episode.
Yeah, I'm giving it an A+ too. There aren't many more episodes of the show that I enjoy
feel
more.
bad.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Connor?
Making me feel bad.
Oh. You're showing Clock King all the love, but not Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
any? You're not
Yeah.
showing Mad Hatter
If
anymore.
if Clock King was behind all this would be an A+.
And it would make less sense.
Connor has a Clock King fetish, confirmed.
Okay, well, Connor, you'll get to
Well,
see
yeah,
him.
YouTube knows that, fine.
You'll get to see him again down the line.
I hope so.
You already know that's just an automatic A+ for Connor.
Probably.
If Clock King didn't show up, that would just be the DCAU will be a write-off for me.
Well, you have something to look forward to now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Every night I'm gonna wake up or every morning I'm gonna wake up and say, I hope this is the day I find out where Clock King is in the DCAU.
Okay, jumping into the last episode, the Cape and Cowl conspiracy. Connor, what do you think of this episode?
I wasn't really big on this episode, to be honest. Wormwood in the bar
it
and
feels like it should be like a Riddler episode, doesn't it?
yeah, it
Oh,
does.
dude, I was thinking so much that I was like, why isn't this just a Riddler episode?
Like
Yeah,
this
but
dude's
going after
leaving.
Cape
He's
and Cowl
leaving.
feels
He's,
like
He's
something
leaving
else.
Riddle.
he's leaving
Or
riddles. He's
Batman.
got all these elaborate traps.
Yeah.
It's literally like Riddler with like a tiny hint of Toyman, and that's like
Yeah.
exactly Wormwood.
Because I didn't think Wormwood and the Baron were that interesting characters, and like again, it would have made more sense for them to be most other DC villains.
Well,
But
the
it
Baron was more of a plot device than a character. in
Yeah,
this.
he kind of was.
Yeah.
It was cool seeing the bat signal for the first time. I'm actually very
Yes,
surprised we
I
hadn't
was
seen
gonna
that
bring
yet.
that up. This is actually a really important episode because
Yeah.
first time we see the bat signal, and I wouldn't have known it if they didn't bring it up.
Yeah, same. I just assumed that we'd seen it
Yeah.
a bunch of times already.
Like when
until
Batman
Gordon
said
was-
that, I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
and it was cool seeing the shot of it shining in the sky. Like at first, I just thought that was just supposed to be like a bat's. Like they were just showing the bat symbol just there in the background. It wasn't until we cut to the bat signal that I realized that was showing us the bat signal.
You know, when they just showed the bat symbol, I'm like, is this like a zoom out of his chest or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this is a really weird transition.
The train scene was pretty cool where Batman was trying to save the hostage. I thought that was a nice scene. And I
yeah.
also like the ending where he ends up in where Wormwood ends up in the cell and Batman leaves him a cowl. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that end scene. Batman has sent you a gift.
It's like Batman has sent you an email.
Yeah.
Okay, Everest, what do you think?
I actually really like this episode. There's it definitely should have been Riddler.
That's how I feel. I actually really love this episode, but like Riddler, why would you not do Riddler?
I really like it, but Wormwood and the Baron instead of Riddler takes it from being like an amazing episode to just being like pretty dang good. Even though it wasn't the Riddler, I liked the riddles, you know, seeing Batman being like solving them instantly, and Jim Gordon's like, "Oh my god, Batman, do you have like any idea of this?" And Batman's just like, "Bro, I got you." And Gordon's like, "Oh, okay, well."
Batman was just like being a smartass towards him. He's like,
"Yeah,
isn't it clear to you?" And jumps out the window.
Bro, isn't it? It's so easy.
He's like, a wax museum. Where else?
Yeah, like,
it's
dude.
It's like, okay, Batman, no, not everyone has an IQ of 230.
Yeah, not everyone's a genius. Chill. Yeah.
Classic Batman.
And so, I thought it was cool seeing Batman's, you know, intellect being put to the test, even though it should have been freaking Riddler. But, I actually, like, love the twist where it turns out that, you know, Batman was actually, impersonating the Baron to get Wormwood into a spot that he couldn't, like, get out of. And I thought that was so cool at the end. I actually forgot that twist, like, completely, and so when I saw that, I was like, dude, that's pretty good. And then the end scene is great. I love it. So yeah, I don't have, like, real complaints about this episode, other than it should have been Riddler, and the Baron, you know, just being kind of a plot device. It wasn't, like, best use, but, yeah.
I mean, I think him being a plot device was fine, because, like you said, when I first watched this episode, granted I was pretty young, that twist shocked me. I was like, what? It was Batman all along? And when you watch the episode, it's like, yeah, he was clearly setting him up, because Batman gives up his cape and cowl way too easily. And even when he shoots his grapple when the roof's closing and the grapple breaks, like, he's going up that thing so slow. It's like, can't you go up this thing like 10 times faster? Yeah. So, yeah, it's like, he was obviously just, he was like making it look like he was trying, but he was really just setting him up to get him later and get dirt on him so the GCPD could arrest him.
He was trying just enough to convince Wormwood.
Yeah, pretty much. And something else about the Gordon-Batman exchanges, I think it's just kind of like their relationship has developed so much that Batman can have some fun with Gordon now instead of kind of just disappearing.
All business and disappearing and yeah.
Yeah, and also just something weird I noticed was when he's in the wax museum and like after the hook snaps, the cord on the hook snaps, and he falls, and he hits that melting wax. It reminded me of how Clayface looks in the Batman.
Yeah. I was thinking he looked kind of like a Clayface kind of thing.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Everest? I know you watched the show.
Yeah.
Because it was like that.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. When he like falls and yeah.
Because the wax is kind of grayish.
Yeah, now that you say that, I
almost look at that, I'm like, did they just, like, see this episode and be like, that would be a good design for Clayface. So, yeah, I can't really add much more, you know. I really liked the twist. It actually surprised me the first time I was watching this episode, but once you know the twist and you rewatch the episode, like, it makes sense. He was just setting him up. And, yeah, I think the only big problem I think the only big problem with the episode was that it wasn't a Riddler episode, and that's just a nitpick, really. It's like, they could have easily made it the Riddler, though, so.
I just want Riddler. Where is he?
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting him not before long. So, Connor, what would you give this episode?
I would give it a C minus.
C minus?
I did not enjoy it very much.
Ooh, I'm gonna give it an A minus.
Damn.
Everest? Okay, Everest, what would you give it?
I'm gonna give it. Crap! I can't decide. I'm gonna give it a B plus, like really close to an A minus. I really enjoyed the episode.
Connor was just the negative Nancy this episode.
Yeah. Connor,
I
man,
just hate everything.
Yeah. Well, we watched Robin's Reckoning and The Laughing Fish, so let's go ahead and talk about those two episodes. Robin's Reckoning, first two-parter that we get Robin's origin in. So, Connor, what do you think?
Yeah, this was very enjoyable. So Dick Grayson's my favorite character from the Bat family. So already I was kind of into this even from the first scene. It was nice to finally get his origin. Like, obviously, I kind of already knew his origin, but it's good to have it in this universe, kind of reiterated, so, you know, kind of a reminder on all of that sort of stuff. It was cool seeing Bruce going after Zuko. I liked all that sort of stuff, and then I liked how Dick also wanted to go after Zuko, but Batman wouldn't let him and all that sort of stuff. I thought that at points during this episode, the way he was drawn looked an awful lot like Ben Affleck's Batman, like the Batman v Superman version of the character, which is my favorite version, so I was pretty happy about that.
You mean like in the flashbacks?
Yeah, I don't even know if it was in the flashbacks. There were just bits with the costumes where he looked like Ben Affleck's version of the character.
Well, the reason I say the flashbacks is that he didn't have the yellow oval in the flashbacks.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe that's it then. Maybe it was the bat thing, the way it was kind of big and buffy.
Yeah.
But that was pretty good.
Cool touch.
It was weird seeing the bit where Bruce Wayne like spilled the popcorn during the circus bit, because that doesn't seem like a Bruce Wayne thing to do. That seems way more like Clark Kent than Bruce Wayne, in my opinion. Like, you know, being
klutz.
A little bit like, yeah, exactly, like a klutz. Like, Bruce Wayne isn't, when I think of Bruce Wayne and not Batman, I don't think of really a klutz. I just think of it as like party boy kind of sort of thing going on. The flashbacks are great. I thought the way Robin escaped the Wayne Mansion and the flashbacks, or I don't even know if it was the flashbacks, but I noticed that the way he swung off the trees and everything was exactly the same way he did in Titans Season 1 during the flashbacks.
Really?
I wonder if Titans got the inspiration from this episode, because it was so similar.
I bet they did.
I was like, that has to be some kind of just, you know, hint towards it or nod towards that.
Yeah, I don't think that's just a random coincidence.
Yeah, like, it's, you know, they're both Dick Grayson escaping the Wayne Mansion. It's got to be some kind of, like, they were inspired by it.
Yeah, and this is a really iconic episode of the show.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is going to be one of the ones that I remember. Like, I'm going to remember most of them. This is going to be one of the ones that really sticks in my memory just because of how much I love the character Robin. And it's kind of crazy that it took Batman 9 years to kind of catch Zuko. And Zuko's kind of like a
did he just fall off the face of the earth or something?
Yeah, it's like he disappeared.
Maybe it's because he wanted to keep Dick away from Zuko, so he didn't really try to go after him. But then,
yeah, that makes sense.
Then when he heard that name, he's like, "Oh, Zuko's in town. I gotta take him down."
he's back. It's like, I gotta get to him before Dick gets to him. I think this episode just overall had a ton of parallels to that Titans episode, because even the Zuko stuff was pretty similar, with Dick going after him and all that kind of stuff.
And Batman wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. You know, no Batman.
No Batman equals Dick killing Zuko.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Dick's gonna go a little bit off the edge.
Well, he didn't kill him, but he let him die.
Oh yeah, he would have.
Yeah, he would have killed him. Especially that version of Dick.
Yeah. I like seeing the scene where Dick found out that Bruce is Batman. That was a really nice scene.
Oh yeah, when Batman takes him in the Batwing and he's like, "Where are we going?"
Yeah.
And Batman's just like, "Home."
I love that. And there was a guy who from far away looked like the Question, I thought.
Where? Like, do you remember what scene?
Not really. I just remembered that there was a guy at some point walking down an alleyway and he looked a lot like the Question.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my thoughts. I really liked it.
Yeah, and that point when Bruce does take him to the Batcave, and he's like, "You're the first person," and then he corrects himself, second person to see it.
Oh yeah, that was really nice.
And Alfred
I
just
call him
walks in. I guess.
And Alfred interacting with Dick is always great as well.
Yeah. What do you say? Like, I guess Master Dick's stay is extended or whatever, or
Yeah.
indefinite. That was sweet.
Go Alfred.
Also,
Hero.
young Dick Grayson has dinner with a prostitute.
Yeah, that was an interesting way to go with that scene. I didn't expect it, but at least Dick had friends.
Yeah, friends, and maybe not the right places, but he had friends.
Yeah, exactly. He had people looking out for them. Maybe they were questionable, but they were there.
Yeah, at least he had people looking out for him.
Yeah.
What did you think of the Grayson's death, how it was shown, how it was just like the silhouette of the rope snapping?
I think that's the best way they could have done it without getting too gruesome for children and that. I wasn't expecting it to be kind of we see them die and all that, but I thought the way they did it was interesting.
No, I think that's like the most brutal and emotional way you can show their death without actually showing their bodies.
Yeah.
And just the music over it, you really feel it.
Yeah, and the way that you see the rope start to kind of get less and less secure, and then it snaps was really cool.
Yeah, and Dick yells... Does he yell at his dad when his mom's jumping?
I think it was.
Yeah, and then it's too late.
Yeah.
Also,
sucks.
Did you notice that Zuko's uncle or whatever, I think it was in the flashbacks, was Stromwell?
Yeah, I did. I actually wrote that down here. It's Stromwell.
That's really interesting.
That's very interesting. I like how they kind of do those little kind of connections to other characters and episodes and sort of stuff like that.
Yeah, and
it feels like they're setting up.
Yeah, it was a flashback because, from what I can tell, I think Stromwell actually went straight after It's Never Too Late.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think this is the only episode he's in other than that episode.
Oh, wow.
But it was really interesting to see him again.
Huh. Because I was thinking that they were going to do something with that. Like, whether it was just more episodes that had flashbacks to him, I was kind of thinking, okay, they might be setting up for something else here.
Yeah, I can't recall any, but I know Rupert Thorne shows up a lot, so maybe there could be something with him and Thorne again or something.
Yeah, that was a really cool connection. I like how they connected it to other episodes, even older episodes, what was that? Would have been near the very beginning.
Yeah, it was the 12th episode of Volume 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Batman the Animated Series, when you just watch it, you don't really notice the continuity unless you watch it into production order, and then you start to notice, they're just little bits here and there, but there is continuity.
I don't know how anyone, when this was first airing, could have watched it in air date order.
Yeah, I'm assuming they just aired certain episodes before others that, I'm sure they aired It's Never Too Late before this one, and they aired, Night of the Ninja before its sequel, because it gets a sequel. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
Did this air on Fox, or, the Fox Kids channel?
Yeah, it started on Fox, and then
that
I
makes
believe it got canceled on Fox, or taken off Fox, or something happened to Fox, and it went to the WB channel somewhere down the line.
And I'm guessing when it went to WB is when they started airing them in the way they're supposed to be shown.
I'm assuming. I think it may have not went to WB until the new Batman Adventures.
Oh, wow.
Or it may have sometime in Volume 3.
Fox just has a huge problem with airing things out of order. They aired all of Firefly out of order, and then that, remember that comedy show, Powerless, about, Vanessa Hudgens working in the place that was in the DC universe?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was aired out of order as well.
Yeah, I don't get why they air stuff out of order.
It makes it harder to for people to stay watching it. I could definitely see people just go, nah, I don't want to watch this anymore because it's not making any sense continuity wise.
Yeah, and I don't know why they would make that decision because production order, you already got those episodes done. Just air them in the order you got them done. It makes no sense. Anyway, what would you give Robin's Reckoning?
I'd give it an A.
A?
Close to an A+, but yeah, a solid A.
Yeah, I'm going A+. I love this episode. Okay, so getting into the laughing fish, Connor, I gotta ask, what do you think about the Joker being Irish or claiming he's Irish?
I was gonna bring that up. That was. I don't know how I feel about that. I noticed he sounded more Irish than usual this episode. Like, even when he's played by Mark Hamill, that he always has a little bit of an Irish sound to him. But it was in this episode, I was like, that's really noticeable. And then he brings up about how he's Irish. And yeah, hey, at least we have some big DC character from Ireland that isn't Silver Banshee or something like that.
Silver Banshee.
Yeah.
You got the biggest.
Yeah, we got the
villain
biggest
in
DC
all
villain.
comics.
Like, we got that going for us, I guess.
Now you just need an Irish hero.
I know there is one. I think I forgot his name. There is one because he was in one of the Titans versus Justice League crossovers.
Yeah, I got no idea who you're talking about, but
He wears like green.
yeah,
But, I mean-
the copyright clerk or whatever says Great Scott, and then Joker's like, actually, I'm Irish.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I did like that bit because yeah, people get us mixed up all the time.
Yeah, when he's talking. Oh, really? They get Scottish?
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's also like a lot of connections. It's like I have a lot of relatives in Scotland.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Understandable. I can make out Irish accents more now that I know you than I could before.
oh really?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not that great at it, but
I have a problem where if there's an actor who's Irish or something in some kind of show or movie, I can't take them seriously.
like
I just
Liam
can't
Neeson.
take Irish accents. Yeah, I just can't take Irish accents seriously and
What do you
stuff.
think of watching Batman Begins then?
See, he does kind of hide it in that. I think he hides it in that pretty well.
Yeah, because I couldn't tell he was Irish in that.
Yeah. It's like in Star Wars, it's pretty noticeable, but in Batman Begins, I thought he did a really good job of hiding it.
Yeah. Also, when the Joker's talking to the copyright guy, he's like, "You don't say anything, do anything unless I tell you to." And then he asks him a
Yeah.
question, and as he begins to speak, he just slaps him.
Oh, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't know, this is a really weird episode to me. I don't know if I liked it. There was just something very weird about it.
Well, it's based on a comic.
Yeah.
The Laughing Fish concept.
I don't know, I think this is probably my least favorite Joker episode yet.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
That's
It
interesting.
isn't no Christmas with the Joker.
I love this episode quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're a huge Joker fan, so I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, and I think this episode's kind of closer to me because I think this was the very first episode of the show that I saw.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. If this is the first episode of the show I saw, it would probably turn me off it.
Well, I was younger, so I was like, "What the hell?"
Mhm.
I was like,
It's like, why did this happen?
Joker's making Joker fish."
Yeah, that was weird as well. Like, why is he making Joker fish? Like, I know Joker always has these crazy plans, but
Yeah.
fish? Really?
I see what you're saying, though. It is a really weird episode,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
So, like, if this first episode I saw, I would expect Joker to be more. See, in this, he's cartoonishly evil, whereas in the other episodes, he's still, got that cartoonish evil to him, but he's still very just kind of normal evil.
That laugh that he had towards the end when I think it was Batman was in the tank with the shark and he pushed Bullock in when he threw the beef at him.
Oh yeah.
He had such a long laugh. Like it went
Yeah.
from like 10 to
That went
15
on-
seconds.
It reminded me of like one of the earlier episodes where Harley Quinn kept whistling, and like her
that
whistles would
was
go
her
on for
first
ages.
episode.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
his favor. She was like whistling in the museum or whatever where the
Yeah.
commissioner, where Gordon.
it was like really
all
long
the
cutaways
cops-
to his whistle. Yeah, Harley Quinn was interesting in this as well. Like,
Yeah, what do you think of Harley? She had more to do in this episode than she
Yeah,
did in
she did.
Joker's favor.
still not big on her character, but I did probably like her in this episode more than her other appearances. Like, it's weird. This is probably my least favorite Joker appearance, but it's probably my favorite Harley Quinn appearance.
Yeah, I think this Harley appearance is better than Joker's favor, but Joker's favor
Yeah.
is a better episode than this.
Oh yeah, it's a more solid episode.
But yeah, Harley didn't really have much to do in Joker's favor. She didn't have a ton to do here, but like her presence, it was felt.
Yeah, it was more felt. Yeah.
Like, when the Joker was marketing the fish and everything, like, she was the lead girl or whatever, and
Yeah,
her
exactly.
what do you think of her problem with fish throughout the episode?
I can respect that. I hate fish as well. They disgust me. I don't know why. I haven't been able to eat fish since I was like 7 or 8.
Oh, I like fish. I don't like how they look. They look ugly, but
Yeah, they look really ugly.
I mean, I can eat fish.
It's weird. It's like you think it's chicken, but then you notice the weird like cod bits, the black bits on it, and you're like, this isn't chicken. This is way worse than chicken.
Oh, I don't think it tastes anything like chicken.
No, I don't think it tastes like chicken. I think it's just the way it looks. It's like you think it looks like chicken.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, it probably depends on your fish you're eating. I don't really eat like salmon or
Yeah,
that.
Connor, you need to try some fish over here. I don't know what kind of fish you're eating in Ireland.
Fish fingers.
Fish fingers, like
Yeah,
fish,
you ever had fish fingers?
like fish sticks.
I guess maybe it's like they look like chicken. They look just like chicken. You know, chicken goujons or chicken dippers.
Or those are probably like chicken fingers here.
Yeah,
Just like-
that's it. Well,
they
they're
kinda
kind
look
of like that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the breading looks different, but
Yeah.
okay, we got completely off topic.
It's still.
As
Fish-
usual. What do you think of Bullock in this episode? He also had a lot to do.
See, I used to think Bullock was such a bad character, but then Gotham made me respect him. I know this is making me think he's just a bad person again.
A bad
So it's like
person?
every time I see him in this show, I'm like, oh, Bullock, why are you the way that you are? Then I remember how great he is in Gotham. I'm
He
like,
is
Bullock,
great
just
in
be like
Gotham.
that. He's so good in Gotham.
I like
One of
him
the best
in-
parts of that show.
I like him in this too, at certain moments. But I mean, in this episode, he's just a straight up dick, honestly.
Yeah.
Because when Batman gets to the aquarium, Bullock's like, I didn't need no bat computer to figure out that
Didn't need
fish
no
was
bat
from an aquarium.
Oh, I hate Bullock.
You hate Bullock?
Well, I like him in Gotham. I hate him in this.
Really?
Yeah,
I got,
a lot of the time I feel like he's there for comedic relief.
Yeah, I got like a love-hate relationship with him in this.
Yeah.
Like, I
It's like
don't,
sometimes he's great, sometimes he's not.
you know, like, he's a dick, but some of the stuff he says is funny, like you're saying. Like, comedic
Yeah.
relief.
Like there was a bit where they were getting interrogated with their Renee Montoya first episode, and then like he says that something tripped him up, and then we just cut to the flashback of him falling over a paint can or something.
Yes. That was great.
Like that kind of Bullock is there, and then we got the other kind of Bullocks where he's corrupt and he's one of the worst parts of GCPD and all sort of stuff like that. There's a lot of very different versions of the character.
Yeah. Like, Gotham's version is completely different than a lot of versions of him.
Yeah, exactly. See, I think that's why I like Gotham so much, is because it changes his character for the better.
Yeah, because Bullock's usually kind of dirty and all that, but
Yeah.
in Gotham, he's legit.
Yeah, like I like how he started out like that, but then he slowly gets more legit and legit until by the end he's basically the most heroic member of GCPD except for Gordon.
Yeah, Bullock was like my favorite character in Gotham. I love
Yeah,
him.
I think I liked Gordon slightly more, but then
Yeah, I like
Bullock
Gordon
was
a
a
lot
close
too.
second.
Okay, but what did you think? There's a line in here that I think describes Joker pretty good, and it's after he poisons the copyright guy because he was exposed to the perfume and then the swordfish with the gas or whatever. What do you think of that? How it was like a 2-part.
Yeah, that was I don't know how I felt about that either. It's weird. There were just a lot about this episode. I don't know how I felt about it.
Well-
Like I don't know if I thought that was cool or I was a little bit like, huh, okay.
Did you think of anything to do with, like, did you think about the perfume, like, when she spritzed it on him? Like, or did you just think that was weird?
I thought it was weird, but I was thinking, was it something related to like poison ivy or something? Because that's something poison ivy always does.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, like the pheromones or toxins or whatever.
And then as soon as he tells Batman, oh, the Joker's hitch lady just sprayed some junk on me earlier or whatever, and Batman's
Yeah.
like, get this man to a hospital.
Oh yeah, that bit was cool. I was like how he knew immediately.
Like, I think Batman's pretty on point in this.
Yeah,
That's-
he's pretty smart. He's a lot like a detective.
Oh, and when Batman sneaks in, like, what's Bullock say? Like, there's no way Joker's getting in here. We got cops up and down, whatever. Then Batman walks in, he's like, if I can get in here, so can the
Yeah.
Joker.
I like that. I like how Batman just never gives Joker an edge. He always expects him to be able to get over anything.
Yeah, because he's dealt with them so much.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you think that at this point the GCPD would kind of be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't take Joker for granted. He's kind of a hard guy to catch.
Yeah, and the second guy that Joker targets, how he's dressed up in Batman's costume, and Batman's, I don't know where he got a mask of this guy at, but he's wearing a suit of the other guy, and the cat still goes for him. You think he went for Batman, but
Yeah. Maybe he got the cowl off, who did Batman leave the cowl with in the Cape and Cowl conspiracy?
oh, what was his name? Wormwood.
Yeah, maybe he got it from him.
Yeah, he just went to the jail cell.
Yeah.
Like, I need this
Like, hey,
back.
Wormwood, can I have that cowl, please?
Yeah, so do cats just have really good senses or something? I mean, I guess cats can, like, smell you and stuff, so.
Yeah.
He's like,
Cats are pretty good at hunting, but
yeah. He's like,
I think anything bigger than, like, a mouse is too much for them.
Yeah, well, this cat was poisoned, so.
Yeah, that's true. This cat wasn't like any usual cat. This cat was pretty dangerous.
Okay, last thing I want to bring up, well, last two things, really, and it's both to do with the shark in the aquarium. First of all, what did you think of Batman riding a shark?
I thought that was pretty damn cool. What if this is an origin story for the Great White Shark?
Oh, that would be great.
But yeah, I did think that was really cool. I loved how it was like kind of a little. Well, was the shark repellent? Yeah, that was from '66, wasn't it?
I was about to bring that up. I was about to say, when you don't have bat shark or repellent spray, all you gotta do is ride it.
I like that. Might be a little nod to that, where Batman always had kind of a thing for sharks.
Yeah.
He's obviously dealt with them if he carries around a spray to stop them.
Yeah, that'd be a cool nod.
Yeah.
And also, of course, the end scene of... Oh, actually, one more thing. As Joker grabs a wrench, do you think it would have been cooler if he grabbed a crowbar?
Yes. Yes, I do. Been like, I wonder if I'll use this on some kind of Robin someday.
I feel like they probably wanted to do something like that, but they wanted him to make a pun too, so they were like, wrench. Meanwhile, back at the wrench.
It's like, meanwhile, 12 miles north of here, it's just Jason Todd like 2 years before he meets Batman. Just sitting there stealing wheels off a Batmobile.
Okay, then the very last thing, when Joker jumps off and you see the shark fin, you obviously don't know you obviously don't think he dies. You know he lives.
Yeah.
But
wait, no, what spoilers? I thought Joker died.
Yeah, what did you think of them ending the episode like that?
I liked it. It was ambiguous, but it wasn't kind of like Joker's dead, or is he? It was more so like, he's coming back.
See, the ending of this is what really got me hooked on the show, because like I said, this was the first episode I really saw.
Yeah.
And I didn't see another Joker episode until I actually bought Volume 1.
Oh, really?
I would never find one other than that on TV. I'd find like Feet of Clay and Cat in the Claw and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
I think those are like
No,
only...
Feet of Clay I wouldn't find, but kind of Claw, ew.
Yeah, they like showing the two-parters for some reason.
Yeah. I guess they can fill up a time slot more if you've got 2 episodes completely related to each other.
But yeah, this episode really got me hooked, because I was like, I want to know what happened to the Joker, because I was younger and I'm like, what happened? Did he die?
Like, is this Joker gone?
And then I got Volume 1 and that episode wasn't there, so I'm like, oh, I gotta get Volume 2 now.
Oh, yeah, because we're on Volume 2 now, are we?
Yeah. I mean, it was fine. That's what started my love for the show, so...
Like, well, it obviously it did its job right. If it made you want to come back.
Yeah. Well, I just want to know what happened to Joker.
It's like, I don't care about any of those other characters.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't care about Batman right now.
I don't care about Batman riding a shark.
Yeah, and then how the Joker card floats up.
Yeah.
And Batman's line he's talking to Gordon, and Gordon's like, so do you think he's gone or whatever? And Batman's like, I really wish he was, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Or I wish
it's kind of interesting that it's like, Batman would probably be more relieved if he knew Joker was dead, but he's still not going to let him die if he can help it.
Yeah, like, he'd be relieved if Joker were to die, but he's not if he can prevent it, he's going to.
Like, if Bruce just found out one day that some gangster had shot Joker in the head, he would be really relieved. But if he found out beforehand that a gangster was going to shoot Joker in the head, he would still try and stop that. That's what's a really interesting thing about Batman.
Yeah. His morals, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Batman's just a really interesting guy.
He's just a very well-drawn character.
Alright, Connor, so this kind of shocked me. We talked about this episode a lot more than Robin's Reckoning.
Oh, wow, really? I did not expect that.
Me either. So, what would you give the Laughing Fish?
Oof, I'm gonna get murdered. But the whole Irish thing doesn't sit well with me. I'm giving it a D.
A D?
It's not the Irish thing, but yeah, I'm giving it a D.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I really didn't like it. It was really weird to me. It just didn't sit right with me.
Oh, Connor, you're probably gonna
I was like,
slammed.
I hate fish. I hate fish.
Harley
I hate all of it.
Fish too.
Yeah, that's true. That's the only part I could kind of relate to. I don't want to relate to Harley Quinn.
You're telling me this episode is as bad as I've got Batman in my basement?
Did I give that a D?
Yes.
I thought I gave that an F. Well,
you haven't given anything an F.
A D plus then for this, because
Okay.
I don't want to be on that level. Like, that was a pretty bad episode.
Okay. Well, drastically different grades. I'm giving it an A minus.
A minus. Wow.
Yeah.
More than. Wow, that's. More than the Clock King, huh?
Yeah, like I said, it may just be because this episode's like so close to my heart because like it really
I get that.
The show.
It's like I normally remember the first episodes I've seen of shows more than even my favorite episodes of those shows.
Yeah. Like, there's probably some episodes that may be better than this one that I'll probably give the same grade to, or maybe even lower.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's close. So
yeah, it's what the episode means to you.
Yeah. So, Connor, what did you think of Night of the Ninja? And which do you like more, just by curiosity, ninjas or samurai?
Samurai.
Okay, I don't know enough about him, but Batman's samurai, so samurai.
Yeah, I don't know much about them either, but out of those two, I'm pretty sure samurai. I just kind of like Japanese culture a bit more than Chinese culture.
I think I know more about ninjas than samurai, but...
I know a lot about ninjas. It's called the League of Assassins.
Yeah. I know a lot of the tools they use.
Oh, I know that they use swords.
Speaking of League of Assassins, it would have been cool if they would have made this a League of Assassins episode.
Yep. That was the first thing I was going to say about this episode, is that the second I found out this was... when I saw it was called Night of the Ninja, I was thinking, okay, it might be League of Assassins stuff, maybe setting up for Ra's al Ghul. And then, like, from the beginning, with, like, ninjas stealing stuff from Wayne Enterprises, I was like, this has got to be League of Assassins, right? And then, no. It was just kind of a throwback to when Bruce was training to be Batman.
Connor, I thought this was a pretty good episode, but you've just altered my opinion by putting that thought in my head. That's really disappointing.
I mean, it would have made a lot of sense. I was thinking, like, okay, I believe Assassins, right?
Ra's al Ghul's coming down the line.
Yeah. I was like,
awesome.
What if he's getting little hints towards this League of Assassins out there, and they start kind of scaring him, and then Ray shows up properly?
That would have been awesome. Like Arkham City, how it like showed the League of Assassins, and then which he already knew who Ra's was, but
yeah,
like that was cool.
Also, was there a statue near the very end that was Jay Garrick?
That was Jay Garrick?
Yeah, there was a statue that it looked identical to Jay Garrick.
Like how close to the beginning?
No, it was like towards the end. It was during the final fight, I think.
Okay, well, just keep talking and I'll just Google Jay Garrick statue Batman.
Okay. I thought Dick fighting the ninja was really cool. Summer Gleason being back was interesting.
I loved Dick throughout this episode.
Yeah, he was good.
The little tidbits he had, they were all great.
I also like how we're consistently getting more and more of him in the episodes. Like now that we have his origin, we're starting to see him pop up all over the place.
Oh yeah,
which is good.
You'll see him a lot more in Volume 2 than you did in Volume 1.
Yeah, I've noticed that already. Like that he's just kind of all over the place, which is great because he's a great character.
Yeah, he was only in 2 episodes of Volume 1.
And both of them were more or less cameo appearances as well. Like, he wasn't in them much.
Well, he was in 3 technically, but the third one I don't really count because it was just hallucination.
Yeah. Oh, is that the one where Bam, I thought he drove over him?
Yeah, and then he sees him and Alfred before he goes to Scarecrow. But he's in Christmas with the Joker and Fear of Victory.
It's kind of crazy. He's in one of the first episodes of the entire show, and then doesn't show up again for ages.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like, hey,
It's
we
like-
want Robin for this one episode, and then they were like, you know what, we just want to focus on Batman.
Yeah. It's like, you know, we don't actually want him at all. Like, just get rid of the character, please.
I don't think they said that.
No, that's what they said. I remember.
Oh.
I have a photographic memory.
Were you the one that got them to make Robin's Reckoning?
I was the writer on that episode.
Did you go to their front office and be like, look, you gotta show Dick Grayson some love, and throw the
I
script
did.
down in their face?
Yeah, I said, look, okay, you've got an ultimatum. Either you do Dick Grayson in this episode, or you do Tim Drake in this episode. They said, Tim Drake! No, we can't do Tim Drake. We're not allowed to do Tim Drake. So they did Dick.
No one does Tim Drake.
Yeah. Like, no one's allowed to do Tim Drake, apparently.
Okay, nothing came up when I typed in Jay Garrick statue.
What's that called? I have the episode here, so I'll try and screen grab it and send it into the Discord.
Okay, I'll try to come up with stuff to say.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been really interesting, and probably better if this was a League of Assassins episode instead of just some random guy from Bruce's past. Because I guess this wanted to touch on how Batman isn't perfect or something, because they say this guy's like the only guy that Bruce could never beat or whatever, or that beat Bruce on multiple occasions.
That's why I thought it was even more going to be something related to the League of Assassins, because, like, they're always the ones who can go toe-to-toe with Batman.
Yeah, what I thought when Alfred said that thing about he's the only person that has ever been able to beat him on multiple occasions, I'm like, man, what if this was like Deathstroke?
Oh, that would have been really cool.
Like Deathstroke, League of Assassins, it would have been dope. I wish they would.
I just want Deathstroke in this. So I know that you said that he's not in this at all. But I just want him so bad.
He's not in any of it.
He's not the DCAU at all.
No.
Why though?
Oh no, it's sad.
Not fair.
I think later on it's because Teen Titans was using him, but before that I have no idea. I guess they never had a reason to use him. They were like, we got Joker.
Like, yeah, I don't think so. It's like we have that crazy clown.
And we made another crazy clown.
Alright, this has to be a reference to Jay Garrick. One sec till I screenshot it.
Okay.
Like he's got a shield and sword, but his helmet, it's Jay. Okay, my snipping tool won't open.
Okay. What else is interesting about this episode is that it gets a sequel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, is it the samurai one that's coming?
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because I saw on the episode list there was one called like something about samurai.
And maybe they just wanted to touch on like Batman's Japanese background and all that, and the fact that he's samurai, not ninja.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was an interesting story to tell, but like you said, it would have been pretty cool if it was League of Assassins instead of just this random guy from his past that we're only going to see in like 2 episodes.
Are the League of Assassins, are they all only ninjas, or is there like another League of Assassins that is samurai?
I'm assuming they're all ninjas.
Oh, okay, because it would be cool if there was like a rival clan that was samurai instead of ninjas.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool. And the very end scene when Bruce is just getting his ass handed to him because he doesn't want to reveal that he's Batman to Summer Gleason.
Oh yeah,
he's like, I'm Bruce Wayne, I can't fight.
It's like, alright, I'll take a couple broken bones.
I was like, I don't know what this dude's talking about. I've never been to Japan to learn karate and jujitsu and all that.
It's like, what are you talking about? I can't fight.
And then Robin just gets the carpet or whatever over her, and he takes him down.
Yeah, that was cool.
Then the very end scene when Bruce is like, I don't know, it would have been really difficult to beat him without your help, Dick. And then Dick's like face is like, you can't even admit that you would have freaking died if it wasn't for me. And then he's like, maybe even impossible. And Dick like just cracks a smile, like, yeah.
I did like that. I just think that Bruce needs to trust Dick more.
Oh yeah, that helmet is definitely Jay Garrick.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else is, but that helmet is.
I think he's got just kind of like the body shape. Like it looks like he's kind of running, or he's getting ready to run or something.
Yeah. The helmet's definitely
yeah.
That's interesting. What the heck? That on that shield, it looks like Medusa or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It was in the bit toward the end where Bruce was getting thrown around the place, and he got thrown into that statue.
Isn't Medusa like Greek mythology?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, you get to fight her in Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's an annoying fight.
This is like the second time we brought up Medusa during this rewatch, which is weird.
It's the greatest part of Marvel's Inhumans, which is the greatest show of all time.
Oh yeah, long
That's
lived.
the best TV show. Long lived. Yeah, it's still going on, I'm pretty sure,
Had a
actually.
great run. Oh,
Yeah.
is it?
12 seasons on a movie? No, it got cancelled like
Oh.
day one. I think it got cancelled before the first season even finished, and the first season was only like 7 episodes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought it was like done the moment it dropped.
Oh yeah, it got murdered.
Okay, so yeah, I love all the Robin tidbits throughout. Like earlier in the episode when Batman just says something and walks away, and Robin just kind of turns around and he's like, "Thanks for saving my bacon, Robin."
It's like, thanks. I love it.
Yeah. So you got anything to add or?
No, that's pretty much it. Just Dick Grayson was great. Jay Garrick statue. I probably would have given this a higher grade if it was a League of Assassins related episode, but it's still a very enjoyable, good episode.
Yeah, I agree. So, Connor, what would you give it?
I give it a B plus.
B plus?
Yeah, I think it would be an A minus with League.
That's exactly where I'm going to. Same.
Oh really?
Yep. I was gonna do A minus, but then you brought up the
Oh
League of
wow, I'm
Assassins
sorry.
thing. I was like,
I didn't mean to.
that's a good point.
But pretend I never brought up the League of Assassins. Pretend I said that I wish this was a Two-Face setup episode instead.
No, B plus.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cat Scratch Fever, Return of Selena Kyle, aka Catwoman. She's facing judgment for her crimes or something, right, Connor?
Yeah. She's all way in court. Again, it's like the people are, they don't want her to be Catwoman anymore, so she's not gonna be Catwoman anymore.
Or so you
But,
think.
Oh, so you think she's done? That's it. Selena Kyle isn't Catwoman anymore before we even get into the actual season 2 of the show.
Okay,
But
I just want to kind of get this out of the way. I don't think this episode had much to do with what I'm about to talk about, but first of all, this isn't a good episode, I don't think. Second of all, I don't think this episode is what sets up a very interesting thing in the DCAU, but actually the first episode of the show set it up with Man-Bat. There's something called splicing, and it's a big thing in Batman Beyond. And it's basically... Do you know what
I know what splicing is, and I know what it is in the scientific term. I don't know if it means like anything else when it comes to comics or that.
Okay, like mixing animal DNA with human DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's okay. I see.
Yeah, it's a really big
it's like
thing
the way
in Batman
cats are
Beyond.
kind of being. You think that it sets it up with this with the whole cat thing?
Yeah, kind of. It more set it up in the Man-Bat episode, but this episode made me think
definitely.
about it. Mostly because I don't think it said this guy's name, but I saw some guy, his name is Dr. Milo, and he was the dude with like the bowl cut and dark hair, kind of looked like he had a long nose.
Yeah.
You didn't see him for long, but he was there.
Oh, is he in Batman Beyond, or is like
No,
maybe
he's
in
in
Batman
a
Beyond?
future episode of this where splicing comes back.
Oh, okay, that's
So-
interesting.
It's interesting.
So you think he might have been doing some weird experiments in the background of this episode?
I feel like he could have been because that episode's coming up pretty quick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that might have been a little thing. Maybe they were expecting to do more with it, but
Yeah,
then
and they kinda
decided
do-
to just have him there as a hint.
Yeah, like I never noticed that they set that up so much in this because like
Yeah.
Man-Bat, yeah, but he's always been there with Batman. But they also do some other things with it, which is really
Not as
interesting.
big as Batman villain.
Yeah, there's actually 2 episodes coming up, 3 really, that have to do with it. And then it's
And do any of them include Little Man Bat?
Yeah, there's another Man-Bat episode.
Oh yeah,
So
I'm
like,
right for that.
it's kind of a reoccurring thing in this, and then it gets really big in Batman Beyond. So
Okay, cool. I might have to see more about that then.
yeah, this episode just made me think of it because the virus that was going to be spread by animals, like I guess their DNA could have somehow got mixed with human DNA if the virus got to humans.
Yeah.
So that's what made me think of that. It's really like, I don't like this episode, but that's a really interesting thing that...
I thought the episode was alright. I didn't hate it, but I thought it was a little boring at times. Maybe just because Catwoman's not too interesting, in my opinion. I thought the court stuff was kind of cool, with how she was trying to kind of get out of being a criminal and all that, and she was trying to get away from all that sort of stuff. But then she kind of just starts looking for her cat, and that's where it started getting boring.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I thought the opening was pretty good.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of fell off. It's not necessarily that's bad, but like you said, it's boring.
I think a more interesting plot than Selena looking for her cat would have been like if she tries to actually be a good person, but then things keep happening that keep forcing her to fall in with kind of criminals and that. And then by the end, it turns out she's back as being a thief.
When Catwoman gets drugged with that medicine or whatever, it sounds like she's having some sexual activity or something.
Yeah, it did.
I'm like, what is going on?
I was like, Selena, you gotta stop that.
Just thinking about Batman.
Hey, we already know that that's what Batman dreams about in his fake worlds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not Summer Gleason, Catwoman.
I remember that line from The Cat in the Claw that I couldn't think of when we were actually reviewing that episode, but it was Catwoman said, "You can't deny there's something between us." And then Batman responds, "Yeah, and I'm afraid it's the law."
That was really good.
Yeah. So,
like, sometimes this show just has really clever, funny lines.
That's why Batman can't, like, make his fantasy a reality, because the law's in between them.
And the law will always be between them.
He's like, Selena, just go straight so we can get married and stuff.
It's like, Selena, go to the court, ask them to let you go. And then she did. But then her cat was missing, so she becomes evil again.
Yeah. That's how it...
And then Batman finds her cat.
That's how it goes. So, Connor, what would you give this episode?
I give it a C. I don't think it was terrible. I thought it started out interesting, but I did think it didn't really go anywhere with the interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a C-. I was gonna go D+, but I realized that's what I gave. Like, I've got Batman in my basement, so I do think it's better than that episode.
Well, Batman in my basement was a phenomenal episode.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't argue with that.
So, getting into the next episode, The Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne. This is really the first episode where we see multiple Bat villains in the same episode, right?
I was going to bring that up. I was like, is this the first time we've seen a proper supervillain team up, or like villains coming together for a common goal?
I believe so, and it's the big three at this point anyway, since Riddler hasn't.
Yeah, the biggest villains that we've seen in the show yet, and I'll come up in this. No Man-Bat, though. No Clock King, but we're pretty close in terms of big villains.
There's no Sewer King.
There is no, not the Sewer King. I think we should get another recreation episode of this, except it's Man-Bat, Clock King, and Sewer King.
Oh yeah.
And they all kind of show up to reveal
what a weird trio.
Robin's identity.
Like,
I think it would be great.
Whose identity?
Robin's.
Oh my god, that is such an odd trio. Imagine
I think they could do it in the movie.
Sewer King could bring his alligators.
Yeah.
Man-Bat's
Clock
just
King
gonna
could
be
bring
there.
his clocks.
Man-Bat can bring
It'd
his
be a fun
wife.
time for all. Yeah, exactly.
No, Man-Bat can bring like the fruit he was eating.
Oh yeah, the freeze. Like, you better bring enough for Sewer King and Clock King, though.
It's gonna be like that shot where Joker was eating the popcorn, but it's gonna be Man-Bat shoving his face with fruit. And
we need like some kind of bit where Clock King and Sewer King are arguing over who's the real king.
Connor.
And they can't decide.
I wish I could animate stuff, because I would so make this a short on like my channel.
I love it, and we should voice them.
Yes, Connor, I'm gonna learn how to animate in like the next year. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm hyped.
And I'm gonna remember
Don't you have to animate? I'll draw it.
Can you draw?
Just edit the drawings together. No, not really. It's Stickman. I can do Stickman. I can give Man-Bat like a stick wings.
Okay. Well, Connor, we just had a breakthrough. That sounds like a great idea.
Yep.
So,
it's like, stay tuned for that, coming fall 2020.
Now I want to know, if anyone's watching, comment down below. who's your favorite villain, Clock King, Man-Bat, or the Sewer King?
You know what the answer is going to be. Clock King.
I should just make a poll of that.
Yes. Like, we can find out who's the true winner.
Okay.
You get like 600 votes or 700 votes in your polls. So I definitely think get.
Yes, I need to... People are just going to be like, who? They're only...
I hope not.
No, to the Sewer King. They're going to know that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're going to be like...
Okay.
If Sewer King even gets 1%.
I feel like it'll be like, a lot of people see that as a joke, so they'll be like, yeah, vote for that, it's funny.
Yeah. It gets
Which
like...
I get.
Okay. We talked about this, like, ultimate team-up for about 5 minutes, probably.
Because it's the ultimate team out. It's the real Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne, except the Strange Secret of Dick Grayson.
Yeah, so anyway, something else interesting. It is like the first team-up movie. Or not movie, team-up episode. But also...
first appearance of Hugo Strange.
Yeah, first appearance of Hugo Strange. And also, this is the return of both the Penguin and Two-Face.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of them in a while. We haven't seen Penguin since Batman in My Basement.
Yeah, and... aside from that cameo he had in Fear of Victory, we haven't seen Two-Face since, well, and the hallucinations and stuff in Dreams and Darkness.
Yeah.
Outside of Scarecrow-related stuff, we haven't seen Two-Face since Two-Face, his origin story.
Yeah, this is these two characters' second real appearance, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, outside of their first episodes.
And this is like
that was
Joker's 7th
cool.
appearance.
Yeah. And Penguin was a lot better written in this episode.
Oh yeah, much, much better.
He wasn't just a random kind of guy who shows up to hit the Batmobile with his umbrella.
Oh my god.
I just love how no matter what Hugo Strange is introduced in, there's always going to be a plotline about how he knows who Bruce Wayne is. And I love that.
Yeah, because I feel like that's really the most iconic thing about Hugo Strange.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that he figured out who
it's his
Batman
big
was.
thing. Yeah. He's always the one who can figure it out. His head is weirdly shaped, though.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that too. I think that every time I see this episode, I'm like, his head is shaped so weird.
It's like, why does it look like that?
Like, that's not a normal head, man.
It's like, Hugo, I think you might want to get that checked out. You might have a medical condition.
It looks like his chin just, like, goes out instead of, like, kind of
Yeah, exactly. It goes in a way that it's not supposed to go.
Yeah. I feel like he may have, like, some kind of deformity.
It's like...
No,
maybe...
he's a mad scientist. That's why he looks like
yeah,
that.
he's a mad scientist. He experimented on himself. I thought it was weird at the beginning how Bruce would just agree to get his mind probed like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay, you can look at all my secrets. I don't really care.
Yeah, and he's just giving in to what Hugo Strange is, like, wanting, like, feeding him and stuff. So,
yeah.
What happened to your parents?
Like, is it true that your parents were murdered?
Yeah, so I don't have much to say about Hugo Strange, aside from
I like him.
Yeah, he was fine.
He's definitely up there in terms of my Batman villains, just because of how I love how he always finds out who Bruce is.
Yeah, he's
that's something that we don't get with a lot of Batman villains.
No, he's an underrated villain. He gets overshadowed by like people like Joker, Scarecrow, and Two-Face. But...
Plus, he isn't like an elaborate one who has a big kind of thing. He's not like a clown like Joker. He doesn't have kind of alter egos, kind of like how Penguin and Two-Face does. He's just Hugo Strange.
Yeah, but this should speak to Hugo Strange. He's been around longer than the Joker has. Like,
yeah.
He got
he's been around
introduced
a long
before
time.
Joker. And he's still relevant.
And he was a big part in both Arkham. He's just a big part in Arkham City.
Yeah,
I think he just got a reference.
City.
And oh yeah, he was the biggest part besides the League.
Yeah,
well, I guess Joker as well.
Yeah, Joker. Yeah, the two side plots. Like you thought there were 3 side plots, and then the Ra's al Ghul and Hugo Strange thing intertwined.
Yeah,
it was really awesome.
Yeah,
they tied Mr.
I think
Freeze into that.
As big as the League in Arkham City. That makes sense.
What did you say?
I think he's as big as Arkham, or as the League of Assassins when it comes to Arkham City.
Oh yeah, I do too. I think he's as big as I think Ra's al Ghul, Hugo Strange, and Joker are all pretty much tied as the big villain.
That's a big reason why I love Arkham City as much as I do, because it gives Hugo Strange a lot of time to shine that he doesn't get in a lot of other Batman-related media. Like, when it comes to movies, he hasn't been in really anything. He hasn't been in anything, actually, I don't think.
Yeah, no movies aside from, like, a few of the animated ones.
Yeah.
Like Gotham by Gaslight.
And even Gotham, I don't think he was done that well, but that was kind of because of how he didn't have a Bruce Wayne to play off of.
Yeah, I didn't like him in Gotham.
Yeah, he was weird than that.
Okay, anyway, getting into, like, the Dream Machine thing, what did you think of that? How his machine could read?
I thought that was interesting, but I just don't like how Bruce decided so easily to go into it knowing what it does. Like, it wasn't like Hugo was trying to hide that it looked into people's memories. Hugo pretty much says to him, yeah, it looks inside your memories. And Bruce was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't really have anything to hide. Like, he's got so much to hide.
He's got more to hide than pretty much anyone.
Like, I know that we do kind of learn that he only agreed to do it because he wanted to figure out what it was. But even then, he could have found out a better way to do it. He could have done something to, like, mask his mind or something like that.
Yeah, he's Batman.
Yeah, it's some kind of bat gadget that hides.
Or
besides that, it was really cool.
Or you could have gotten, I don't know, he could have gotten like a Bruce Wayne costume and got Alfred to do it.
Yeah, that would have been great. I was like, huh. So, Bruce Wayne, yeah, I think you like being a butler, huh?
That would have been great.
Yeah. It's like, what's Alfred's girlfriend called again?
Maggie? Is that right?
Yeah. Like, so Bruce, who's this older lady called Maggie you're into?
Yeah, but the end when Dick dresses as Bruce, and Batman's just like, I knew from the start what your machine could do.
Yeah.
Batman just played him. He had no idea, but he's like, man, I gotta get out of this.
It's like, I don't like this anymore. It's like, I'm hearing about how Joker, Penguin, and Two-Face want to find out who I am. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, I think this is one of the first big examples of computers exploding in the DCAU.
Yeah, but that just becomes a running thing with DC in general, where computers blow up.
I think like
especially
the first
Bruce's.
time it happened was probably, well, I would say Dreams in Darkness, but there was like a bomb about to go off, so not really.
Was that the one with the huge computer?
Yeah, and the massive countdown clock.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Massive countdown.
Yeah, but Bruce just smashes it with a fire extinguisher, and it immediately just starts to like shoot.
It's like that's the opposite of what a fire extinguisher should do.
Yeah. I was like, what's he doing with this fire extinguisher? And then he smashes like the keyboard, and it just explodes. I'm like, oh.
Like, oh, all right then.
Yeah, what do you think of the tape that he imagined that Hugo Strange showed to Two-Face, Joker, and Penguin?
It was interesting. I just kind of liked all those characters interacting together. The video was pretty funny. I also liked how Hugo was like taking ages to get into it. He was like, yeah. So he was like monologuing kind of before he did it.
Yeah.
He was like, can't wait for you guys to see who the Batman is. If you don't know who the Batman is, he's this vigilante guy. It's like, yeah, Hugo, we know.
It just goes into like a full detail of what Batman has done.
Yeah. He's like, Batman first appeared
It
like
goes
34 episodes ago.
It goes like 2 months later, and you just see like Hugo Strange skinned and Joker just.
Oh, it's like, now without further ado, let's find out who Bruce Wayne is. It's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think my favorite exchange in the episode is Two-Faces and Joker's when Two-Face tells Joker, get out of my face, clown, and Joker responds
like,
with
which
one?
That was one of the things I knew about this before I watched it. I've seen that meme so many times of Joker being like, which one?
Yeah, it's really,
I didn't know where it came from though.
It's a really memorable line.
And it's the same as like a big thing that I'd known beforehand was the bit where Kara destroys a satellite and Clark's like, don't worry, I'll pay for it, and Bruce's like, on a reporter's salary, really? Like before I'd seen the movie, I'd seen that meme everywhere.
Yeah. So Connor, you got anything to add?
No, I think we've pretty much covered it.
Okay, so Letter grades.
I'll give it a B+.
B+?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a solid B.
Oh, wow. I like some more than you?
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. I definitely thought you would like some more, especially since Joker.
Yeah, I loved it, but...
I just really like Hugo Strange.
Yeah, you like Hugo Strange more than I do. I like him, but...
I just think he's one of the more interesting. Like, he always kind of has some sort of thing he wants or he needs, whereas normally with Joker and whatnot, he's just doing what he can because he likes being chaotic.
Yeah, I think it's a really good episode, but I don't really think it picks up until Joker, Two-Face, and Penguin get involved.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep, so jumping into Heart of Steel. First of all, I think this is a pretty interesting episode to make a two-parter. So, Connor?
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, during the first episode, I was kind of thinking, I don't know if this is going to be an episode that I think deserves a two-parter. I definitely think that they did a good job at making it a two-parter, even if I don't think it had enough material to be one. I think they definitely padded it out well enough. With obviously the bodies being taken over and stuff like that, with Gordon being replaced, Bullock being replaced. It's a plotline that's been done so many times with people being switched out. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did it really well. But yeah, is it just me, or was the art style in this episode a little bit different? I thought Batman looked very different in this, just drawn a little bit differently.
It could have been. I don't really notice that stuff a lot.
Oh, okay. I thought Lucius looked a lot different as well.
I'm sure you'll probably notice a lot of episodes, like, especially the better episodes, they'll probably have better animation compared to a lot of the episodes. Because,
okay. I did really like this animation.
Yeah, they send, like, certain episodes out to be... They sent certain episodes out to be animated by certain companies, and some episodes are, like, animated by different companies, so that's why you'll notice slight differences.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I thought it still looked pretty great. I did not expect this to be Barbara Gordon's first appearance. When Jim was introducing her, I was like, well, no way. She's finally in this.
Yeah, really interesting episode to introduce her in, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was not how I expect her to be introduced.
That's part of the reason I'm okay with this being a two-parter, although it is kind of an odd choice, is that it does introduce Barbara and kind of set her up.
Yeah, exactly. All the technology stuff, it is another kind of thing about comic book stuff, kind of like how I feel about kind of mobster and gangster stuff. That's one of my least favorite aspects of superhero stuff, comic book stuff. Supercomputers and stuff like that is also another thing that I'm not big on. This really reminded me kind of OMAC.
OMAC?
The big thing, that big computer that Bruce builds that causes Infinite Crisis and all that. I thought this was kind of similar to that, where this computer was starting to take over people and was starting to kind of grow and grow and grow. I would have liked it to be OMAC, but I get why. Well, actually, OMAC wasn't even around. OMAC isn't around in comics for another 10 years or so. But yeah, it was maybe this is even the inspiration for OMAC. I thought the computer as well. It kind of looked like a bat, like a huge bat mask.
Yeah, it kind of did. It kind of looked
it had the ears.
Kind of looked like a cowl to a bat armor.
Yeah, exactly. It was like if Batman had a huge mech or a huge tank or something, like a Batmobile, but it had a bat mask on it. This is what it would have looked like. Randa was an alright character. I didn't find her too interesting. I
around tasing people.
Yeah, basically. I was like,
and
what's your
replacing
problem?
them with robots. She didn't replace Alfred.
Yeah, I was surprised she did that. She was like, well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. So what's the point of replacing the butler? Because did she know at that point that Bruce was Batman?
She didn't know until after she tased him, because that's when she went and found the Batcave.
Okay. That makes sense.
So I had to look this up because I did not remember, but HARDAC means holographic analytical reciprocating digital android computer.
Huh. So it's a real thing?
That's a lot of big words. No, in the show.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember they gave the full name and then they were like HARDAC.
Yeah, I had to look up that... What was the thing called? Cybertron Industries and Carl Rossum and Randa. I had to look up if they were comic book artists, not because I couldn't remember them at all, but no, they were originals.
Yeah, you'll be seeing some more of Charles, whatever his name is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Also, you know Barbara at the end when she was going into their whole kind of lair, didn't she look exactly like Daphne from Scooby-Doo?
She kind of did.
It was so close that I have to think that was WB kind of putting in a little, or DC even putting a little hint to Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because Batman's crossed over with Scooby-Doo quite a bit.
Yeah, like maybe does Barbara meet Daphne?
That would be...
Oh, well.
The redheads were meeting. Something I've noticed with these two-parters is part 2 is always stronger than part 1.
Yeah, it's like part 1 is kind of setting it up and is very dialogue-based, and then part 2 kind of gets into all the action and stuff.
Like, I think Robin's Reckoning has definitely done the best of balancing parts 1 and 2. But,
Yeah, and especially the flashbacks.
yeah, but
We gave a way to do it better.
part 2 is definitely better because that's when you get all the payoff, which is probably why part 2 is typically better.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this episode does a pretty okay job of balancing it too. Like, I think this is a better episode than Cat in the Claw.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
But compared to the other two-parters, I don't think it's as strong.
I didn't really like Cat in the Claw much. To be honest, there hasn't been any of the two-parters that I've thought have been amazing. Two-Face is probably my favorite one, but a lot of these two-parters I've thought
You
didn't
mean
deserve to be
Robin's Reckoning?
two-parters. Oh, how did I just forget about that already?
I don't know. I was like, you thought
Okay,
Robin's
well-
Reckoning was amazing.
Besides Robin's Reckoning, I haven't think any of the two-parters have deserved to be two-parters.
Really?
That makes sense. Yeah, I would have preferred one episode devoted to the main plot and then another episode devoted to some other villain.
I think Two-Face and Feet of Clay were good.
I thought Two-Face was really good, but I didn't think it deserved to be two-parter. And then Feet of Clay, I was kind of iffy on.
Yeah, I was okay
Yeah, both
with
being
it
replaced is cool.
because both Two-Face and Feet of Clay, the first part was their origin story, and then the second part was basically the story after they became the villain.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I feel that 2 parts were warranted. As with Cat in the Claw, like Catwoman's already Catwoman, so there's not much you can do in 2 parts, and it just felt like a lot of filler.
Yeah, I felt like they didn't really know what to do with those episodes, but they also wanted a two-parter to introduce Catwoman.
Yeah, and
Also, there was a bit in this that was really cool. You know when Alfred gets tased and Bruce shows up at the house?
yeah,
Bruce calls Alfred once, just in his normal kind of happy, innocent Bruce voice. But then when he notices what happened to Alfred, he immediately changes to the Batman voice for the next Bruce. And it was such a cool thing. Like, he immediately goes into that ready-to-fight mode. Like, I don't know if that was on Kevin Conroy or if that was on the script or whatever, but whoever was in charge of that did it amazingly well.
Yeah, it was like in Eternal Youth, the first episode of Volume 2, the Poison Ivy episode, when he notices like where Alfred is, that it's something Poison Ivy's doing, when he just screams Alfred, like, Alfred!
Yeah.
Like, he conveys so much emotion. And you can really feel the love he has for Alfred when he yells it like that.
Yeah. It's like, it just thinking that Alfred's in danger switches him into that ready-to-fight mode immediately.
Yeah, because, I mean, Alfred's the closest thing he has to a father.
Yeah, Alfred's kind of the biggest person in his life.
Oh, yeah,
Well, he is.
Definitely. Alfred, then Dick. At this point in his life. And then Gordon. Those are like the big 3.
And then probably Tim Drake. Wait a minute. Wait.
Hey, he'll show up. The new Batman Adventures.
I even forget who he is. Who is he again?
Tim Drake?
You remember like the Young Justice Titans or something?
Oh, okay. So back to this episode. Just another thing I want to throw out. This really the last thing I want to throw out is, I think the standout moment of both parts is when Barbara and Batman throw the robot bullet through the bat signal.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, like, what if that was actually Bullock, though? Like, you would have just killed him.
One thing I thought was a little bit weird about the Bullock bit was that we see when Gordon gets replaced that he's just very robotic. He doesn't have a lot of feelings. He's a very robot-y robot. But then when Bullock gets replaced, he's still like Bullock.
Yeah.
He's still kind of insufferable, this annoying dick. Like, he doesn't feel like a robot, he just feels like Bullock.
They may have just programmed him better.
Yeah, maybe just like program him to be like... So I guess...
Maybe
Sure,
it's
do you think
easier
they want Gordon to make over more?
Maybe it's easier to program robots as complete dicks than it is to like program love and stuff into them.
It's like it's hard to make them for humans, but it's easy to make them hate humans. So I thought it was pretty cool when Barbara was the one who called Batman to the bat signal after Jim got replaced.
Oh yeah, and he gets there. He's like, "Where's your father?"
Yeah, and it's like that. This bat signal isn't for you.
Yeah. Then she was like, "That man is not my father," and Batman's just like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, it's like, so you're adopted? Like, no, Batman.
Yeah, she's like, "There's not bolts or anything that obvious, but he is not my father."
Yeah. It's like, he would not have... what was the name of the teddy? Like Mr. Wobbles or something?
Yeah, you just slapped
Like,
it
he
off
would not
the
have thrown
couch.
Mr. Wobbles off the couch like that.
Just slapped
Jim
it.
Gordon doesn't do that.
Yeah, I thought like Mr. Wobbles or whatever was a pretty good plot device, I guess.
Yeah, it was smart. Like, it wasn't just there to be this kind of, oh, look,
Yeah.
Barbara Gordon had a teddy. It's more so, like, this is going to be important to the plot later on.
Yeah, and
which was
Gordon's
good.
more attached to it than she is.
Yeah.
And then when he just
It's like
slaps it
Chekhov's
off,
gun.
she's like,
Don't put
"Oh,
something in a scene if
something's
it's not
up."
going to be necessary.
Wait, what did you say?
I was just saying it's like Chekhov's gun where you don't put something... Like,
yeah.
you don't draw attention to something unless it's going to be important later on.
Yeah.
The bit at the beginning was a little bit weird. Case, like, it was super over the top. It was like shooting rockets out of it and crawling over the place like a spider.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's one more thing I want to mention is when Bruce runs into the elevator and when all the robots go in after him and they look up, he's Batman.
Yeah, that was a really cool entrance.
I feel like that was kind of a reference to Batman 66 because at least in the movie there's this scene where Bruce and Dick slide down poles and once they get down or go up, whatever, they're in their costumes.
That's pretty cool.
So
because I did actually write that down, that was a really cool entrance for the character.
yeah, so I was like, I feel like that's some kind of reference to Batman 66. They didn't just want him to go in and then come out as Batman because that would be kind of campy.
That's pretty great.
Yeah. So, do you have anything to add?
No, not really. I think we covered it. I liked the Barbara Gordon stuff. I liked the Wayne Enterprises stuff, but I didn't really like much else because the whole robots replacing people plot is something that's been done a little too much. So I thought the main plot was a little boring, but I liked most of the side stuff.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, robot plots and stuff don't interest me.
Yeah.
So, letter grades.
I'd give it a C+.
Same page.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
C+.
I'm the new Everest.
I think it was slightly
Aha.
better than the Catwoman episode.
Yeah.
So, getting into the Riddler's introduction episode. If you are so smart, why aren't you rich? I had to think about it.
Riddler's probably my least favorite Superman villain, so it was a bit weird to see him show up in this. Nah, jokes. Riddler's my favorite Batman villain. Well, I know, I always say he's my favorite, but then I also say Two-Face is my favorite. I'd say Riddler and Two-Face are on the same level of Batman villains for me.
Connor, first of all, I want to bring something up because this is probably going to make you happy, but I drew this parallel. I think Riddler's motivation to like become the Riddler and Clock King's motivation to become the Clock King is kind of similar, but I feel like Riddler, he got directly screwed while Clock King got indirectly screwed.
You know, I didn't think about that, but yeah, I have. I love it.
Because they
think
both
you're
got
100%
screwed out
right.
of like millions of dollars, but
Yeah.
Clock King...
They both became the people they were because of their bosses kind
Yeah.
of fricking them over. Yeah, I like that. We got Dick racing again, which is cool. I really like the scene where Dick was playing the video game, and then Alfred just stand over him, like watch him play it, and then Bruce in the background is just kind of trying to figure out all the riddles.
About the Riddler the riddle the entire time. I love
like, what's the name of his nightclub? The Wasteland. And Dick's like, oh, the Wasteland. That's the answer. That was really cool. I want more scene like that. I thought the way Enigma looked was interesting. The kind of red-haired thing isn't what I'm used to seeing for his character.
Yeah, I thought the red hair was interesting as well.
I also thought he sounded, his voice was a little bit different than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Like when I think of Riddler, even when I'm reading the comics, I always have the Arkham voice in my head. So I think that the Arkham voice for Riddler is super good. I think it's the best version of the character.
Yeah, see, I always have this voice in my head. Just
oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I watched this before I played the Arkham games, though. So.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Arkham was probably my first experience with the Riddler, I want to say. Well, besides Jim Carrey.
I think either Jim Carrey or the Batman, which was... Who was it? It was who plays Freddy Krueger? Robert Englund.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Englund voiced him. That was probably the first one I saw.
Yeah, he's a great character. I love him. I thought the end bit was cool, where like all the riddles and stuff with Batman and Robin trying to get through it all. I did think that I thought it was a decent episode, but I would have kind of liked a better debut for the character, in my opinion. I think the end bit especially was a little bit too over the top for a debut Riddler episode. Like, I would have expected something more kind of small scale with Batman just having to solve smallish riddles to find, Enigma and all that. Maybe Enigma's trying to blow up a bus or something, and like he has to solve riddles to fix the bus. I wouldn't expect this big whole thing where they have to go through a huge maze of riddles.
Oh, I love this episode because the maze was like it tied into the game because it was the same maze-friendly game.
I get that. That was a cool tie-in.
And the whole reason is because it's his game, but his boss screwed him out of it. Now he's gonna try to kill his boss in the maze. But he's a Riddler, so he has to test Batman. He's like, Batman, can you save this guy?
It's like, Batman, can you do this? I did like that, though. I like when Riddler's Batman. And especially I love how when Batman beats Riddler, and Riddler's like, no, you can't do that. I'm smarter than you.
Yeah.
That whole kind of back and forth with the smart thing. Also, the boss guy being kidnapped by Riddler was nice, because fuck that guy.
Yeah. Him and Ferris Boyle are the worst.
Yeah, definitely.
What did you think of the initial interaction between Riddler and Batman when they go to the Wasteland and it's just kind of Batman and Robin fight these thugs, and then at the very end, Riddler, he has his old boss and like the whatever kind of cuffs he made?
I thought that was really cool. That was probably my favorite part of Riddler in the episode. I thought it was after that with the maze bit that it got a little bit too much for me, but it was most of what came before that was really good in my opinion. Yeah, especially that interaction.
When he shoots Robin with the Chinese finger trap thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, Robin...
That was cool.
When he was like, it's getting hot in here, part of that finger trap was still on fire. I'm like, is Batman going to put that out?
What's Batman going to do about that?
Batman just kind of smiled and like shaked his head.
Oh, Enigma. Or Nashton, as they're going with there.
What do you think of the riddle when they found out about the maze? How it was Morse code?
That was interesting. I think that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was something to do with, I forgot the first part, but corn.
Oh yeah, and they're like Maine, and all that sort of stuff.
Batman's
that was in the Batmobile, wasn't it, or the Batwing?
Yeah, Batmobile.
Okay, yeah.
And Batman was like maze. Yeah.
I was like, what goes with maze?
It was interesting. Because I never knew corn meant maze until I saw that episode. I was like, oh.
I corn was a maze? Oh, yeah, sorry. I was like, I don't think I knew that till this year, but then I remember. No, I did.
Yeah, I really love this episode. I think, it was pretty big scale for an introduction episode, but I don't mind that, because we waited so long for Riddler.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It took them so long to bring him in. Like, there's so many other villains they brought in before Riddler.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh.
Like
And so many of the villains as well have gotten multiple episodes.
Like they brought in the Sewer King, Man-Bat, and the Clock King before Riddler.
Alright, let's not get crazy. Clock King and Man-Bat are iconic villains. Best villains, even.
Yeah, the best trio of villains.
Yeah. Like, Sewer King, I get what you're saying about Sewer King. I still think he's a pretty great villain, but I get what you're saying about him.
Okay. So yeah, I really like the maze because he's the one that designed it in the game, so of course he'd like know how to build it and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. I liked how it was called back to video game stuff. I liked how Dick was kind of better at it because he had played the game.
Yeah, when they get in, Dick's like, this probably isn't a good time to tell you, but no one's made it through or to the center of the maze.
Like, well, you haven't, and Batman hasn't been up against it yet, so.
Yeah, really cool riddles, like when they had to select the keys and they were musical notes.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and like the Arab thing, how you always eat with your right hand, apparently.
Yeah.
And they went through the
it's a cool little fact thing, kind of like how the Mad Hatter with Perchance to Dream, where it's like dreaming or reading comes from the left side of the brain and dreaming comes from the right, or it might be the other way around.
Yeah, and then when they get...
It's like cool things like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then when they get to the riddle that Robin failed earlier, that Alfred was like, just gave him the answer to. Like, Alfred's like, I'm wiser than you, sir. And Batman,
like, you don't understand.
Batman goes in the wrong door, and Robin's like, that's the wrong answer, but the hand or whatever. And Batman's like, that's what I want. I love that just because, like, Batman cheats when he has to. He does whatever it takes to win.
Batman does what he wants, which is what is cool about the character.
Then what did you think of the final riddle with the Minotaur?
That was a cool bit. Easy, and the Minotaur just kind of gets in. Reminded me of Harry Potter on the Philosopher's Stone.
Why?
Where they, like, you know, at the end with the chess bit, where they're all playing chess with the chess at the very bit, and then the last piece kind of just surrendered.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was like, that's what I thought of.
Yeah, like when it knelt down this Minotaur.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like how the Minotaur spits out this long riddle, and then Batman's like, that's easy. The human brain.
It's like, that's easy. Like, I beat you, Enigma.
Yeah.
That's what the Batman voice.
And then Riddler's like, screw you, I'm smarter. I'm gonna kill him anyway.
It's like, I'm the real Batman.
Also, I think this is only the second episode where the bad guy got away.
Well, I mean, Joker got away a couple times. Or he only got away once.
Well, I guess. Like, Laughing Fish, he got away.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's what I was thinking of. Oh, Laughing Fish, he got away with that one.
Yeah, but you were meant to think he was dead or something.
Yeah,
but Riddler
yeah, with
he
shark
straight
thing.
up got out of there. He's like, I'm about to be out of the city.
See, like, Scarecrow gets caught at a lot of the end of the episodes, but by the next time we see him, he's always escaped again.
Yeah.
So,
pretty sad. That happens with a lot of the villains. No, Arkham...
Like, haha, we caught them and they're never going to escape. Until the next episode when they'll be gone by the start.
Arkham should invest in better security or something.
Arkham just needs a big old renovation.
Joker flew out of there in a Christmas tree. You need to check into
exactly.
that. How do you even get the material to do that? How do you get
I have
that
no
into
idea.
Arkham Asylum? Yeah, and then...
It was, yeah.
Then the very last round of the episode when Batman's like, how much is a good night's sleep really worth? Because, you know, Riddler's out there looking for that guy.
Yeah.
That made me so happy. Because I want Riddler to give that guy what he deserves.
Does it take long for Riddler to come back?
He'll come back later in this volume.
Oh, okay, so probably towards the end.
I think it's actually only like eight episodes down the line.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So,
8 episodes. It's like a whole lifetime.
So, Connor, what would you give this episode?
I was gonna give it a C-, but after talking about it for a decent bit, I'm gonna bump it up to a C.
A C?
Yeah. I don't know. It was a little over the top for a Riddler debut.
I'm gonna give it an A.
Wow.
Yeah, I love this episode.
more than Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne and Night of the Ninja?
Yes.
Wow. You're a true Riddler fan, true and true.
Yeah, Riddler's my second favorite villain.
I ain't got nothing on you.
Second favorite Batman villain. Wolf. So Connor, what do you think of Joker's Wild? This seems like an episode that was kind of up your alley just because of your reactions to previous Joker episodes.
It was fun. It was a nice little fun episode. We saw Joker in a lot of unique ways in this that I thought was cool. Like it was a lot of like ways we don't normally see him, especially at the beginning. And the Joker and Ivy stuff was really funny. I thought it was cool having Bruce Wayne meet the Joker. We had that happen once before, didn't we? Where it's just Bruce meeting the Joker. Or did that happen at all yet?
I can't recall. Well, I mean, in Be a Clown, he didn't interact with the Joker, but he was Bruce.
That's what I was thinking of.
He recognized the laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool seeing Bruce meet the Joker like that.
Oh yeah, the Bruce Joker interaction was definitely my favorite part of this episode.
Yeah.
I loved
and
it.
The shots of Batman gliding over the city were really, really, really good. Like, definitely looked probably the coolest gliding shots we've seen yet, I think. Ivy was a little weird in this episode. Like, I feel like every time we see her in this show, she's a different version of herself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think the next time we'll see her, she'll be with Harley. Or no, she'll be in Almost Got Him, and then we'll see her with Harley.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because, like, every time we see her, it's like a different version of Harley. Like, the first time we saw her, she was pretty weird, and she was, like, odd. But this version was definitely not the same as the other versions, which was weird. I feel like it feels like they want to write her, Ivy different every time, which I'm fine with. Like, I don't really like the character too much anyway, so it makes me remember her more when she's when she's differently written every time. That makes sense?
Yeah, I'm not a huge Ivy fan either, so I kind of just like getting a different take each time.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same, but it's different at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Joker he had a grenade that was like a Joker grenade. I was like, wow. How do you get one of them?
Yeah, I guess he just got a grenade and graffitied.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
a little Joker stamp thing. He just stamped his face on it.
Yeah, that's a good stamp. It looked like it was actually part of the grenade.
Yeah.
None of it faded or anything.
Yeah, exactly. There was no little. It just looked like a full Joker face. I respect that. And he has his own casino as well.
Yes. And the whole point of the casino was to get it destroyed and collect the insurance money.
Yeah. It's an awful lot of trouble to go through for just that casino, but I respect it. I respect the hustle. And then the Kaiser guy, did you think he took down Batman a little bit too easily?
Oh yeah, that seems to happen a lot in this stretch of episodes we're about to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I there's a couple more times in future episodes that I want to bring that up. But yeah, in this one I was like, wow, you didn't really put up too much of a fight there, did you, Batman? But yeah, it was a good episode. It was fun. It was nice to see you kind of a unique take on Joker. And there was I thought it was a little bit weird, but it was different.
So you're saying this is better than the Laughing Fish?
Yes, I am. Very much so. Very much so.
Okay, I have to disagree with that, but
oh really?
I really enjoyed the opening breakout scene with Joker and then the Joker Bruce dynamic. Those were like the two things I really did enjoy. And then after that, the episode kind of fell off a little bit, but like it never got bad. So
yeah, I agree with that.
It was overall enjoyable. There's a few nitpicks like here and there, like Batman getting captured by Kaiser way too easily.
It gets weird, but it's not weird in a bad way. It's weird in a way that still kind of keeps your attention, keeps you entertained.
Yeah, and also Batman dresses fast. When he left as Bruce Wayne, he immediately came back in as Batman.
Maybe he gets some help from like Superman or something. I don't know. Superman he hits the S on his signal, watching Superman flies in and dresses him.
Well, actually, in this universe, he hasn't met Superman yet.
Well, you never. Maybe it's Superboy.
Well, maybe.
Thought that. Maybe.
Because he's not in this universe at all, or is he?
Yeah, we'll find out. Maybe at some point in the future.
Yeah, I've never seen Static Shocker's Zeta Project, so maybe he shows up in one
of those
yeah,
maybe he's in there. Or maybe in one of the DCAU movies they make, because they're still making them.
Yeah.
We'll see a Superboy movie.
Yeah, maybe. So, and also the breakout scene, I kind of like how he was, like, menacing, non-violent, and comedic all at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you didn't want to mess with him, but he didn't have that kind of feel where, like, you'd think that he could just kill anybody at any time, which is kind of cool.
When the two guards are, like, coming down the hallway and he has the bucky, he's like, "What's in the pill? Could it be a deadly poison or maybe some soapy water to make the floor all slippery?"
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, okay, so, Connor, what would you give this episode?
I'd give it a B.
Okay.
Solid B.
Completely agree. We're on the same page
really?
so far, Connor. Yes.
Okay, we'll see with Tyger, because I feel like we're going to have conflicting opinions on that.
So, Tyger, Connor, you were talking about Catman a few episodes back. You finally...
I'm always talking about Catman.
You finally got a Catman in a sense, so...
Yeah, I did. It was Catman, but not in the way I wanted it to be Catman. More in a, I don't like this kind of way.
Well, you kind of... this is going to be a long time down the road, but you kind of get a Catman in one of the Justice League episodes. Do you remember the... You've seen Justice League before?
I don't really... Yeah, I have. I've only seen it the one time, though, and it was years ago.
Okay, it was... I won't spoil it for you, then. Well, I mean, I probably could, and you would not remember because it's going to be a few years from now, but...
yeah, the way we're going, yeah, definitely.
So yeah, Tyger, Connor, what do you think of Catwoman being transformed into an actual cat creature?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest here. I loved absolutely nothing about this episode.
Okay, you were getting scared for a minute.
Yeah, that was a little bit of freak out there. But I don't know who wanted to just turn Selena straight up into a cat.
See,
who wanted to do that?
When I told you that there weren't many good Catwoman episodes in the show, this is the main episode I was referring to.
Oh, really?
Yes, because
this is the one episode you think of?
Yeah, yes, because this is like the one episode that I don't like, but it just sticks in my memory. I'm like, and I'm not even a huge Catwoman fan, but I'm like, why did you do that?
It's like, I don't like Catwoman, but she deserves better than this.
I mean, it's not that I don't like her. She's fine, but like I don't like her as much as a lot of people. But she's still really important to the Batman mythos.
Yeah, and when we saw some Man-Bat stuff this episode, saw a little bit of Man-Bat.
Yeah, this is.
Well, it wasn't Man-Bat, but it was a little bit of Kirk.
Yeah, this is a kind of. Yeah, he did go to Man-Bat. I forgot about that. I thought that was the coolest part of this episode, honestly. Well,
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. That's the only part. When I say I didn't love anything about it, I'd have to lie. I like seeing Kirk.
Actually, this is one of those episodes that, like, the ending is pretty good because, like, the end when Tyger says, like, "There's nowhere for me," and it's just got, like, this dramatic music over it, and then Batman says that quote.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, that was a good ending, and then I'm like, wait a minute, it's trying to trick me. It's like they knew it was a bad episode, so they were like, let's just make the ending really good, and, maybe people will think it's a good episode.
It's like they got other writers in to write the last 2 minutes of the episode.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, that was... I was like, where'd that come from?
Do we ever see Tigers again?
Not that I can recall.
Oh.
But this
that's a relief.
I don't know if you remember me talking about this a while back, but this is kind of something that sets up stuff for Batman Beyond, splicing.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I do remember this.
So yeah, this is like, a lot of times people kind of think of Batman the Animated Series in a sense that it's not really connected to the overall DCAU because, like, there is canon within Batman the Animated Series and, like, it connects to Superman the Animated Series, obviously, which connects to everything else, but...
Yeah.
When people think of the overall canon, it's mostly, like, Superman the Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, but...
When I've always thought about DCAU, Batman the Animated Series probably has been the main thing I've thought of, even, like, before I'd seen it.
Oh, yeah.
It was always kind of the one thing I've been like, oh, yeah, that's DCAU.
Yeah, it is...
Like, even more so than Superman the Animated Series.
Yeah, it's probably the main thing people think of, but people kind of think of it as its own thing at the same time. Which it can be.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels very standalone so far.
Which, if the original Justice League feels pretty standalone, too. It's not until, Superman the Animated Series, and Justice League Unlimited.
For sure. It's not to like they bring in everything in season 3 or in season 1 of Justice League Unlimited, whichever.
Yeah, it's kind of like Justice League Unlimited just ties everything together, and
which is cool.
Yeah, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but you know, we're just
like,
trying to avoid talking about this episode.
See us talk about Justice League Unlimited in 2024.
Yes. If YouTube's still around, then if this whole COPPA thing doesn't destroy it,
we'll be uploading to Vimeo. Don't you catch us on there?
Yeah, we'll find somewhere else to upload to.
Yeah,
we'll make it into a podcast if we have to.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of already are halfway there.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much a podcast.
Yeah. I didn't really. I didn't like this episode.
Yeah, me.
It was weird. Not weird in a good way like the last one. This is weird in a bad way.
Oh yeah. No, this is one of my least favorite episodes. So, yeah, we obviously don't want to talk about this anymore. So let's not. Well, what do you think of the gorilla guy?
Let's mosey up that.
Sorry. What do you think of the gorilla guy? I've already forgot his name.
The gorilla. Yeah, so that gorilla was interesting. I kept thinking it was like gonna be Gorilla Grodd or something cool like that, or they'd be like, oh, his name's Grodd, but then no, they didn't do that. Yeah, I know, but yeah, no, they didn't do that. I was like, oh.
Yeah, Grodd doesn't get introduced until Justice League.
That's disappointing. Where's my Flash animated TV show?
Dude, I know. I would love a Flash animated show.
I want it right now.
Yeah, me too. So, Connor, let's go ahead and give Tyger, this episode that tried to trick us with the ending, some
tried to get us.
Yeah, almost got him.
Yeah, almost got him. I would give it a solid A. No, I'd give it a D. A D plus.
A D plus?
Yeah, D plus.
Okay.
Solid D plus.
I'm going to give it a D without the plus.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't.
I officially like this video more than you, or this episode more than you.
Yes, this episode. The only episode I like less out of the ones we've seen so far is the Underdwellers.
Yeah.
And the only reason I would prefer to rewatch this one is because of the end.
Yeah, the ending's I'm Kirk Langstrom. They're the only redeemable things about this.
Just fast forward.
And even then, they're not even that redeemable.
Just fast forward, play it when you see Kirk. Okay, that was a pretty good scene. Then just skip to the end. Like, wait, was this a good episode? Then you're like, no, it wasn't.
Like, no, not really.
Okay, so Connor, we're going to some more splicing with Moon of the Wolf. So, what do you think of this werewolf episode?
This was an interesting episode. I did enjoy it. There was a lot of cool stuff in this. There was a lot of very, like, I thought, kind of predictable plot elements to it, but they weren't predictable in the bad way. They were just predictable in, like, oh yeah, I've seen this kind of stuff before. Like, at some points, this kind of reminded me of some Disney story. I can't remember which, but it just reminded me of a very Disney kind of thing, especially with the werewolf stuff, with Anthony.
Always remember not liking this episode, and I mean, I don't love it or anything, but I kind of think this episode is a little better than it should have been. Like, the concept doesn't seem
for
good,
sure.
But they delivered pretty well.
I feel like the actual werewolf stuff and with Dr. Milo, that bit's all very predictable in a way that's a little bit boring. But I thought all the Bullock stuff and the bit with Batman fighting the wolf and all that, I thought that was way better than everything else in this episode. That kind of brought it up a decent bit for me. And then there was a bit towards the start where Batman showed up in Jim's office, and you just see the silhouette of his head, and that was really, really, really cool visual. And it was like, it looked a lot better than I think a lot of the wolf stuff did in this episode.
Yeah.
I also like, yeah.
I was just gonna say, they portray the silhouette of Batman like really well, just all throughout the series. Like, every time you see the silhouette, you're like, man, that's well designed, well animated.
Yeah, I agree with that. Then, and speaking of, like, things about Batman getting trapped very easily, when he went into Milo's office, it was Anthony's office,
yes.
And, like, he basically passed out, like, immediately. It was very obvious that he was doing, he was trying to trap Batman.
This is the main thing I was thinking about when you were talking about the Joker's Wild thing.
Yeah. Like, it was so easy to tell that he was going to trap Batman.
It's like
literally the second Bruce comes in, he locks the door.
I'm pretty sure Batman knew it was a trap because he just, you know,
he glanced over.
He's not Batman, but he's not being Batman in that moment. He's just being an idiot, pretty much. But
yeah,
pretty sure
he
knew
like,
it was a trap.
Is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just
yeah,
weird
it was a bit weird. But yeah, I thought the end fight was really cool. I liked when Bullock was like, "No, let them fight." Kind of like Batman's got this handled. Like, it was weird. I feel like they did it in a way that it could be taken in two different ways, because the way Bullock did that little look, it looked like he was kind of giving a little smirk that could make you kind of think that maybe he's letting them fight because he's hoping the Wolf will take out Batman. But then there's also things like he's saying it so that he knows that Batman can take on the Wolf himself, which I thought was really interesting that they kind of left that up to your own imagination.
Yeah, and plus they're fighting on, like, beside an electrical tower while it's lightning.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty dangerous.
I just slurred so many of my words. I'm sorry.
But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about it.
I kind of wish they would have just left the episode with the bit that those people were looking at Anthony's house instead of ending it with the wolf howling at the moon. Because, I mean...
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't care if you're a werewolf or not. If you get electrocuted while on an electrical tower, you're gonna die. That's a lot of electricity.
Like, that's bad for you, buddy.
That is a lot of electricity going through your body.
But I actually did think the ending was pretty good as well. Though, like, not great, but I didn't think that it was bad or anything.
Yeah, like, this episode, it was fine. Like I said, it was probably better than it should have been because the concept doesn't seem that good, but...
The concept's very predictable. That's like, my only problem. Like, I didn't expect I didn't really like it, but I didn't expect to enjoy this episode. I was expecting to kind of be like, oh, this is going to be another kind of predictable werewolf story, but it wasn't really. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I think this builds on the splicing, like, aspect of things a lot better than Tyger did, though.
They're doing it a lot these last couple episodes.
Yeah, it's weird that there's just this stretch where they, like, really nailed that home. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's like there's last episode, this episode. There was a couple episodes ago they did it again, and then there's the upcoming Man-Bat one that also had a lot of that sort of stuff in it.
Yeah, they kind of did it in a Cat Scratch Fever, but not, like, it didn't actually show the splicing. It was just, like, disease or something. I don't know.
It was like, that's there.
And that's the first episode that Milo appeared in, which is who turned, I already forgot his name, Romulus into the werewolf. Anthony, that's his name.
Romulus is a really cool name.
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of jealous.
I want that name. I also thought Anthony's backstory with the Olympics was kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it added a little bit of depth as a character.
And it's kind of... I mean, that kind of speaks to how some athletes really are. Like, they'll just do drugs to enhance their performance, even if they don't really need it.
Yeah.
Because they just want to be better and, like, make more money, win titles and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, other than that, I can't really add on anything you said. I pretty much agree with all the things you said. So, Connor, what would you give this episode?
Give it a B-. Not a B, but a B-.
Well, yeah. Okay, I don't agree with that. I'm gonna give it a... Oh. I'll give it a C.
A C?
Yeah.
What about Dr. Milo? Do you like Dr. Milo?
No, I don't like Milo.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty... I think it was average, and I think it, just based on the concept, probably should have been below average, but...
Yeah, I agree with that. I was surprised, and not too surprised, but I was surprised.
Yeah, I think I noticed in this episode, too, the writing was actually really good. Yeah,
see, that's the thing as well that surprised me. I was like, some of the stuff was a lot better than it should have been.
Like, all the dialogue, I'm like, that's pretty well written. I don't remember this episode. I think it's just because of the concept, I overlooked this episode a lot. Because, like, I've never been into werewolves. So I'm like, I don't want to see Batman fight a werewolf. Day of the Samurai and Terror in the Sky. As I said last week, it's 2 sequel episodes. So Connor, what do you think of the first one, Day of the Samurai?
Well, wait.
Yes.
You forgot to introduce Everest.
Oh yeah, Everest. So, crickets.
Yeah, unfortunately, Everest is.
Yeah, unfortunately, Everest has once again abandoned us. We're still the sewage children.
Too busy.
We're still the sewage children of the series.
We are. But yeah, Day of the Samurai. This was a very, 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 very good episode, in my opinion. I really, really, really like this. Like the last episode with Ken was also pretty cool, but I think this one was better. I'm pretty sure that I will give this one a better grade than I gave the last one. I know that one of my only complaints about the last one was that it would have been better, in my opinion, if it was setting up the League of Assassins or something like that.
Yes, but that made me change my opinion on the episode too. I was like, that would have been awesome.
I still kind of feel like there should have been some League of Assassins hints here or there in this episode, but I'm not gonna hold it against it. I love how they're showing the differences between ninjas and samurai.
Yeah, okay. Colin, that's something I want to ask you. Are you like really into like ninja and samurai type stuff?
I am, but I don't know enough that differentiates the two. I need to learn like proper differences between the two.
Okay, I think that's why you love this episode so much more than I do, because I don't hate it. It's a good episode, but I'm just I've never been into ninjas or samurai or any of that.
I just think they're so cool and they're so interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool concept, but I don't know, it's just never intrigued me that much.
I was really happy when at the start of the episode we saw that Alfred was tagging along, and then it just turned out that the only reason they had Alfred come along was so that they could give Ken some leverage to hold over Batman. I was like, oh, I want to see Alfred do some cool stuff for once.
Was this the episode? I don't remember which episode it was, but one episode, Alfred was like working on the Batmobile. Yeah,
that was this episode.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It was actually... I think it is.
I think
I know
so
that...
too.
Yeah, one of these very recent episodes was... He was at the beginning of it, he's there working on the Batmobile.
I was like, see, Alfred isn't just a butler.
He can do more.
He's also...
Yeah, I actually...
Sorry.
Is this the one of the only episodes where the episode takes place mainly in somewhere that isn't Gotham?
That I can recall? Yeah.
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 Because I think that's another reason why it stood out to me so much, was because it was such a unique environment.
The only other one I can really think of is The Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne, and I think that's just like on the outskirts of Gotham. Well, I don't know, because they flew there.
That like was up in the big tower, bell tower bit.
Or no, they didn't.
That's
fly
why
there.
that was around.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Bell tower?
Yeah, was that the Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne? No, that wasn't Strange Secret
that was
of Bruce Wayne.
Perchance to Dream.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, getting them all mixed up.
Yeah.
The final fight was really cool, especially with the volcano, and I liked how Ken like respectfully bowed when he thought he was about to die.
Did he die?
That's the thing. We don't know. Well, you know, but I don't know.
I don't know for sure, honestly.
You don't know for sure? Oh.
Well, I know whether he shows up or not in Batman the Animated Series again, but...
Oh. Maybe he shows up in Static Shock.
Maybe he shows up in
Static
Batman
Shock,
Beyond.
long lost brother. Maybe.
Because it's been a while since I've watched Batman Beyond.
Yeah, I've seen some clips of it. I haven't seen much of it. Did you not love when Bruce took off the mask and he fought Ken as Bruce Wayne and not as Batman?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
With lava shooting everywhere? Do you not think that was awesome?
I mean, I thought that was pretty cool. I don't like the whole death touch thing like that. Just like the
yeah, that was a bit weird.
And that was the main point of this episode, pretty much, other than like Bruce going up against Cowl again, or however you say his name again. And
I agree with that.
The death touch thing just doesn't intrigue me, which is why I prefer Night of the Ninja over this one.
I'm pretty sure I preferred this one over it. It's well that I thought that the end fight with the volcano, like around them all that, I think that's probably my favorite end fight of the show yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I just love the visuals and like just the fact that it wasn't on a tower in Gotham or something like that made it so much better.
What did you think of how Bruce faked his death?
That was a little bit strange.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I feel like Ken should have been like, no, Bruce, no, you're not dead.
You know, like, I was like, I don't think the death touch would like make you scream like that. The way it was described and stuff, I'm like, it sounds like instant death.
And the way like he just collapsed with his eyes still wide open, I was like, Ken should know that he did not die. That and the fact that they only brought Alfred on this so that they could have some kind of leverage for Bruce, and I guess that girl as well, she didn't really add much either. They're the only things I didn't like about the episode.
I do really like after he defeats Ken and goes back to his sensei, Bruce goes back to his sensei and they're talking about Batman. I like the way the sensei describes Batman because what does Bruce say? He says something like why Batman is as much a ninja as Coyote Ken was, and then he's like, no. And then he says something about like he found the death touch, and if he was a ninja or whatever, if he didn't have like good morals, he would have used it, and he didn't. I thought that whole thing was cool.
I thought that was cool. I did like that, yeah.
So, Connor, you got any more to say?
No, just Alfred needs to get better at not getting kidnapped. Bruce needs to get better at not getting kidnapped. Everyone needs to get better at not getting kidnapped, in my opinion. But I did actually really like this episode. It was unique. It was cool. Fight scene was awesome.
Those are some good tips, Connor.
Thank you.
So, Connor, what would you give this episode? Sounds like you really loved it.
I'd give it an A. Solid A.
An A? Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, getting crazy.
Well, don't be disappointed in me, Connor, but I'm giving it a C+.
Whoa! Man, I just... C for crazy, that's what that is.
Look, I gave The Laughing Fish like an A-, and you gave that a D+, so I don't want to hear anything.
Yeah, but that's because Joker made fun of my national heritage.
Oh.
I had to. It's my civic duty.
Okay. Well, okay. Okay, Connor. I gave if you're so smart, why aren't you rich an A, and you gave that a C+. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, that's because I don't know, man. I was expecting where there'd be cooler than that.
Okay, so let's talk about the Man-Bat sequel now, Terror in the Sky. What do you think of this? Was it Man-Bat? Was it not?
Well,
no, it wasn't.
Well, they tricked me. Okay, I spent this whole episode being like, hell yeah, Man-Bat's back. Then no, it's Woman-Bat instead. And I was like, wow.
You actually didn't notice?
Interesting twist. No, I didn't notice. Oh, I started to think it wasn't actually Kirk, like about 10 minutes in, but then I started thinking it was the March guy.
See,
I was like, oh, he's the new Man-Bat.
The reason I always knew it was the wife, even the first time I saw this, was because of the pants.
Oh, the pants?
Yeah, the pants are the red pants she was wearing, and it's not like blue pants that Kirk always wears or whatever.
See, I did think that the art style of Man-Bat had changed a lot. Like, when he first showed up, I was like, okay, he looks very different, but I thought that was just them deciding to go with a new style for the character. Like, it wasn't until about halfway through the episode that I started thinking, okay, maybe it's not actually Kirk. But then I started thinking it was March. It wasn't until the whole plane thing, and I was like, oh, okay.
So
the wife.
That red herring got you.
It did.
Both the red herrings. They pulled a double red herring.
I'm not the one who gets tricked by the predictable plot points, but this time they tricked. Mm-hmm. I'm not happy about it.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'm gonna write an angry letter.
Well, so would you say this episode had good writing? Or decent writing?
Yeah. I think it had good writing. There were a bunch of bits I didn't like, and I did find a decent bit of it boring, but I think that in terms of, like, tricking me, it had good writing.
Yeah, see, it didn't trick me, but that's what I think, too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, it's just like, it's kind of an inconsistent episode because at points the writing's pretty good and then at points the writing isn't that well, especially like the dialogue.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
The dialogue is kind of clunky throughout.
I thought the snow chases were pretty cool, but the bike helmet on Batman looked really weird.
That's what I was about to bring up. Like he fought She
really?
in the bike helmet, and I was kind of getting flashes to like the Dark Knight Returns armor while he had that on, and I don't.
Yeah,
know
it
why.
did. It had that very square look to it.
I was like, this like it reminds me of that suit, but it's weird.
I don't know if I liked it. Like, it was cool, but I don't know. It made him look like a weird character. It made it look like it was really uncomfortable. Like he was like squidged in there.
Another moment that was kind of weird was, I mean, it's good that Batman did this, but it's kind of weird how the show took so long for him to do it. Is when She-Bat like burst out the door of the plane, and like after she takes Kirk or whatever, and Batman like extends the handle and shuts the door. It felt like that took a minute. I'm like, okay,
yeah. Like, could you have done that faster, please?
Yeah, the animation. I noticed the animation was pretty off in this episode.
I thought the stuff with the snow was cool, but then with the plane stuff, I definitely thought it was pretty noticeable.
There was a moment
that it gotten a little bit clunky.
There was a moment after the plane bit where they were fighting on the mountain or whatever, and like She-Bat just like slaps Batman or whatever. He falls, and there was just a moment where his face looked so odd. It almost looked like one of those like plushie toys or something.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't look like a real human face.
And I thought that, like, speaking like that bit, they were fine. I thought the episode ended very suddenly.
Yeah.
In a very weird spot. Like, it felt like there should be one more scene or something.
That's what I thought too. As soon as it ended, I'm like, that felt rushed.
Yeah, like really rushed.
It's like they had that, and then they didn't really know what to put after, so they're like, that's good enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a good line to end on, but just the pacing of it wasn't there. Like the pacing.
Yeah, it's like
the pacing, the music.
If there was more dialogue there, then I would have thought that they could have eased into an ending better, but they didn't. They just kind of ended it immediately after they wrapped up the plot.
Yeah, it was literally she was falling off the cliff. Kirk catches her, and he's like, "I'm not gonna let you go again." Pulls her up. Or him and Batman both pull her up. And then he says, the nightmare's finally over. Cut to credits. I'm like, that was sudden.
It's like, yeah, I guess the nightmare is over, but like, can we have a scene, please? Like, one more, just talk about it a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want Bruce to be like, Kirk, you're a good guy. I'm sorry for being so mean to you. Because Batman was really mean to Kirk this episode.
He was.
Like, when he was thinking Kirk was man bad, he was like grabbing him and like shoving him around the place. Like grabbing him by his coat and like pushing him against walls. I'm like, jeez, calm down.
This was the episode where Bully Batman came out.
Yeah, he was like, wow, why are you doing this? But that's when I started to kind of go, okay, I don't think it is Kirk, because Batman's being overly harsh.
Yeah.
I'm like, why are you doing this, Batman?
But the Dr. Marge thing got you too. You started to think it was him.
It did.
That was that's interesting because he was barely in this episode. He wasn't in it until halfway through.
He was barely in it, but he's such a dick.
Yeah, that's true.
I was like,
that's true.
Like, he shows up with a big tranquilizer gun. He's like, I'm gonna trank you in the next week, Batman. I was like, oh, jeez. Come on, calm down.
That should have been the dialogue used in that scene.
It might as well been.
I'm gonna train you into next week.
But I was like, where did he get that huge-ass trank gun? And why is he just all of a sudden in here threatening Batman when Batman's trying to, like, save all of your lives?
And what I want, who was he gonna test the thing on to turn into Man-Bat? Who was he gonna test the serum on if it wasn't himself?
Test it on Batman.
I guess just drink it and then juice him up with some serum. he's like, this ain't no super soldier serum. This
isn't your regular Oz formula. Like, sorry, Batman. Was he in the very first episode of the show as well?
Yes. They all three.
Yeah, I know.
All three of
Yeah,
them.
I noticed the voice actor because
This
he's in Star Trek and he was in Young Justice.
Yeah, this was like a reunion episode, going back to the pilot.
Yeah, it was. it felt like a 100th episode. So bringing it full circle. Everybody's favorite villain's back.
It felt like the 100th episode, but it was only the 45th.
Yeah, it's like they kind of went, "Oh, we want to do the 100th now." It's like, well, we can wait 4 episodes and do it as the 50th. No, we're going to do it now. Like, okay, they need to keep going with that splicing episode or the splicing plotline they've got going on.
Yeah, they were like, we've done this like the past 3 episodes, aside from Day of the Samurai. We just got to do one more episode.
Like Day of the Samurai. Yeah, Day of the Samurai, as good as it is, it feels very, very, very out there. Like, it feels like Tyger, Moon, and the Wolf, and Terror in the Sky should be like a solid trilogy, and then you bring in Day of the Samurai afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, why did they throw these all in?
Yeah, that was kind of odd.
It doesn't make any sense.
I feel like when they were just making the episodes, they were like, after the Moon of the Wolf, they're like, hey, you remember that Not in the Ninja episode? That was pretty good. We kind of left it off with a bit of a tease. Let's do that sequel. And then they're like, hey, we can do a main sequel. And just did those two.
This is just the sequel episodes. That's what this is. They're like all like, okay, let's follow up on this. Let's follow up on that. I mean, no League of Assassins yet, though.
No,
So
not yet.
That's interesting.
We're getting close, Connor.
Oh yeah, I keep seeing it in my I use an app to like keep track of the episodes I need to watch, and it keeps coming up saying the Rachel Ghoul episode is like the next highest episode I need to watch.
Like the actual Rachel Ghoul episode, it won't be in Volume 2. It'll be one of the first episodes of Volume 3.
Okay, yeah, because it's like I think it's episode 57 in the list that the app uses, and then it's like that's the next highest episode up. So I keep saying that's my next episode, even though there's a bunch before it I still have to watch.
Yeah, it'll probably be around episode 57.
Okay, cool.
Something like that.
Cool.
So, Connor, you want to give some letter grades for Terror in the Sky?
Sure, I'd give it a C.
Completely agree.
Oh wow!
So
it's like it was great. It's great seeing Woman Bat returning.
Returning.
Batman needs a new bike helmet. Yeah, returning. And March, you gotta get a new trunk gun. And alright episode. Ended very suddenly.
So, Connor, you want to go ahead and jump into Almost Got Him?
Yeah, this was a pretty good episode. I was assuming this was going to be a good episode because you guys have been talking about this one for a while. But I didn't realize that it was going to be kind of all from the villain's point of view. And it's kind of like explaining about all the times that they almost got Batman and stuff like that, which is really cool. This is the first proper episode of Villain Scare. Like, there was the episode with Hugo Strange, but this is the first time they're kind of really together. Yeah, it was pretty cool. The Joker's plot with the laughing machine was very Monsters Inc.-ish.
Before Monsters Inc.
Yeah, well, I know. I was just thinking that actually as well. So, they stole their idea from this. It was cool seeing Catwoman back. I thought Catwoman was actually pretty good in this. Same with Penguin, I thought he was a lot better in this than he was in his first appearance. No, is this the second time he's appeared, or has he appeared other times before?
This is the third time Penguin has appeared.
The third?
Because his introduction episode, I've Got Batman in My Basement, and then Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne.
Oh, okay, so he wasn't. I thought he was better in this than either of his other appearances. He sounded different as well, which is pretty cool. I like to Poison Ivy brought up the thing with her and Two-Face. Oh, that's a nice little throwback.
Oh, yeah. One half of me wants to hit you with the truck, and then...
yeah.
Or no, I think he says, like, one half of me wants to strangle you, and they're like, what does the other half of you want to do? Hit you with the truck. And she's just like, we used to date. And everyone's like, ah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Then Harley was there as well. And it was kind of just pretty much all of the biggest villains we've seen have been in this episode in some form.
Yeah, besides Riddler, like, all of them were there.
And Clock King, and Man Bat.
Yeah, and of course, Clock King. We didn't have the Sewer King either, so kind of a shame.
Oh, it's true. So it's not really the biggest villain, it's more like the B team. And the A team right here.
Connor, we still haven't gotten our Man-Bat Clock King Sewer King team up.
That's coming. That's coming. I'm assuming. Only I hope.
Has to be.
Yeah, I'd say part 2 of this episode will be them.
Yes, so we got 2 part 2s of 2 different episodes that are going to be them.
Yes, exactly.
They will get the love they
I can't
deserve.
wait. And they'll never be forgotten.
So yeah, like you said, this was pretty much the first proper villain team up. Like, I guess when they're together by choice because they're just hanging out in a club playing cards and, you know, telling stories about how they almost got Batman.
Yeah.
You guys talking about almost got him?
Whoa.
Who are you?
Bro, what? I heard almost got him, and I was like, hey, it's a pretty average episode, but I mean, you know, I'll come in.
Well, I guess Everest is back to talk about this extremely average episode called Almost Got Him.
Oh yeah, so
that had 7 of Batman's worst villains.
Bro.
Yeah, not even his best.
No Sewer King. Instant 0 out of 10, man. I can't believe them. How would they leave him out? The greatest Batman villain of all time.
Arguably the most iconic.
Yeah. Anyways, this episode's pretty great. It's my second favorite in the series, so you know, it's alright. I think the best part about it is just the pure concept of like all these villains getting together, hiding from the police, and just telling stories about times they almost got Batman. Like, that's just so interesting to me, and I love that kind of stuff. When you get, you know, villains just kind of hanging out. I love that they explained how Batman got the giant penny in his trophy room in this episode with Two-Face's, like, story. And then to have it all tie in with Batman, you know, being disguised as your boy Killer Croc, and then just absolutely owning them, bringing the police in. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's something else I want to say. Like, all the villains, I think, are written at their best, except for Croc, because he's just, like, an idiot in this episode, but it all makes sense once that reveal happens.
Yes, exactly. Like, you're thinking, like, I'm going through it, and I mean, obviously, I've seen it before, so I know, but it's like, oh my god, all of these villains are so great, and then you got Croc over here, and he sucks. But then it's like, hey, guess what? That's not Killer Croc. Got him. And it's like, oh, that makes total sense. I love this episode. And then, you know, Batman goes and saves Catwoman, and it's all a good time. Joker's, electric chairs, it's a little bit extreme for the kids, but you know, this is the 90s, so
what do you mean? He's just electrocuting Batman, cooking some hot dogs. Like, he's just having a good old time,
bro. He's like 7-year-olds are watching this, all right?
Yeah, and then he tries to turn Catwoman into cat food,
bro. All right, Joker just knows, man. He knows how to get around the censor.
Yeah,
like,
he does.
Hey, I have an electric chair, but it only works if you laugh, and laughing's fun. Laughing's a good childish thing, so don't ban this episode, please.
This audience is so gassed up, they'll laugh at anything, including the phone book.
That was so funny.
Dude, it was, like, what made it so funny is that Harley actually read, like, someone's number out of a phone book, and then, like, the audience started laughing.
And they're laughing. That's so great. But yeah, no, I love this episode. Like, it's definitely up there with my favorites of the series. One of the more memorable ones for me, just because I think the writing is done so incredibly well in this, because, you know, it's just a bunch of the villains sitting around, but then you have, you know, the backstories that play out, and I would say they're all quite good. My favorite one was honestly the Penguins, though, with, like, the Aviary of Doom. Like, that stuff is cool to me.
I actually love Penguins, and that's what I was gonna ask you guys. Connor, what was your favorite since Everest already gave his?
Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
favorite
what was your
almost
favorite
got
on the
him
Batman?
story.
Oh, okay, probably. See, I kind of like Two-Face's because I'm assuming that's the story of how Batman got the coin for his Batcave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is because
that's what I.
after they asked what became of the giant penny, and then he's like, they actually let him keep it. He's all
So, yeah,
he's all
mine's
hurt.
probably
That's what I
favorite
was
of that.
saying. That's so cool that they actually explain that. Like,
Yeah. Then that one.
Two Faces. So we got Two-Face, Penguin, and of course mine being a standard white bitch is Joker's.
No one loves Poison Ivy.
no, Poison
The only
Ivy's
reason
was.
Joker's is my favorite is because it's actually like it's kind of still happening because Catwoman's being about to be turned into cat food.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just love the stuff where, like, you have the hero get locked into somewhere and they gotta, like, find their way out with the villain, like, toying with them. Like, that stuff is really cool to me.
Yeah, I really like Penguins too. It's probably my second favorite. And then Two Faces, which are great as well. They were all pretty good. Like, I loved Ivy's because it was Halloween themed, so I guess you can kind of count this as a Halloween episode if you want to watch a Halloween episode of Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, no, they're all pretty good.
And then Crocs, his was the best, of course. I threw a rock at him.
I threw a rock at him.
So, Connor,
and then
Connor, this was the first time you saw this episode, correct?
It was.
Okay, so, what did you think of the twist?
Twist that Batman is actually Killer Croc?
Yeah, well, that Killer Croc is actually Batman, but yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. It was weird, but it made sense because, I was thinking about that. I was like, a Killer Croc he's not the smartest villain, but he's not that dumb.
Yeah.
So it did make sense. I thought that the fact that everyone else in the room was actually a GCPD officer was a little bit like, wow, how did no one notice? But,
yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, that's something else about as they're cutting between the stories themselves, like showing how they almost got Batman and then talking at the poker table, there's always stuff happening in the background as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And all throughout Joker's cheating, too, which is amazing.
I liked how Two-Face thought the Batman was always a SWAT team, not there was a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah.
Penguin actually got really close, and then he kind of towards the end it just went completely away. He's he probably had some kind of tragedy in his life. Perhaps a crazy mother took an eye.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Come on, Penguin, you almost got it.
He's on the right track, and then just completely went batshit crazy.
Bruh, imagine if Penguin had sent toxic hummingbirds and the big bird at the same time, though. Then he would have gotten them. Easy dubs.
What kind of bird did he send?
It's I forget the name of it. It's like a. Hold up.
Because it's a huge ass bird that just stands on two legs, right? But I don't think it's.
Yeah.
It wasn't an ostrich, was it?
No, it wasn't.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, he should have sent an ostrich. Do you know how fast those things are? Batman wouldn't have been able to outrun it. And it probably would have been taller than
it's a cassowary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, but this episode is it's probably the most fun in the entire series in my opinion, and it's one of the episodes with the best writing. It's close to being my favorite, but Heart of Ice has the edge for me just because of how emotionally investing that episode is, and how it reinvented the character of Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, Heart of Ice is my favorite too.
But this is probably the most I've liked a lot of these villains before. This is the most I've liked Ivy up to this point, the most I've liked Catwoman, the most I've liked Penguin.
Yeah, literally say I liked Catwoman, Penguin, and Two-Face in this more than I did in their other episodes.
Yeah, I really like Two-Face in part 2 of his episode, but I think this is probably the most I've liked him because, just because those episodes really focus on the origin and creation of Two-Face.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I also think this episode shows off the Joker's intelligence extremely well, which we haven't really gotten too much of. like, he hasn't been dumb or anything, but, like, this really displayed how smart he can be.
He didn't trip and fall, and that was his downfall
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah.
That's the thing, none of the villains made stupid mistakes this time.
Besides
I mean,
not,
you can't-
besides not noticing everyone in the background
Okay, yeah,
was GCPD.
besides that.
officers.
Bro, I swear, though, like, Penguin, come on, man. You send the hummingbirds and the cassowary after him at the same time, he's done. But instead, you let him beat the hummingbirds by, you know, raining water on them. And then you send the cassowary in. Like, come on, man.
Classic Penguin move.
Well, Harley did look dumb towards the end of the episode because she's like, "What's she gonna do, Batman? Beat me up or save your cat?" And then he just like looks over, pulls the switch, turns the computer
Oh, hey,
off.
here we go. Fancy this. There's a switch that turns it off. Right in reach.
I think that's forgivable though, since the show made Harley, so they could just kind of ride her however they wanted.
They could do whatever. Didn't have comic lore.
Yeah, and like you were saying about the reveal, Connor, like it makes sense, but like at the same time you're like, wait, what? And just I think everything about that moment's pretty perfect, except the animation doesn't really make sense. How it cuts to Croc and then there's a silhouette of Batman's mask, but
yeah.
I mean, you don't really see the ears, so I guess it's like the ears are kind of.
It doesn't really make sense, but then again, it's like animation, and they just kind of did that to like show you that it's been Batman all along. Even though, I mean, most people can tell by the voice.
Yeah.
So, guys, we've talked about this episode for almost 15 minutes. You wanna go ahead and give some letter grades?
A+ for me, boys.
Easy A+ for me. Connor?
I give it an A-.
Oh, come on,
like
man.
At least it's in the A's. So, okay. So, Everest.
Alright, well.
Thanks.
Yeah, nah, boys. I got homework, fam. I gotta go.
Well, thanks for hopping in.
Yeah, bro. Have fun. See ya.
Bye. Well, we'll see you again sometime, maybe. He's never coming back, Connor.
He's gone. No, we're never letting him back. We didn't even want him in this time, but he just...
Yeah, he just interrupted the show. He just knew we were talking about it, almost got him somehow. Connor, a villain we were just talking about, has an episode, Birds of a Feather.
Already.
The Penguin is back. And he is reformed, question mark? What did you think of this episode?
This is actually probably, like, my favorite episode with the Penguin so far. Like, I liked the last episode better, but, I mean, kind of an episode that focuses on the Penguin.
Well, I completely agree.
So far, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it felt like they, like, took some huge inspirations from the Batman Returns Penguin, because he does a lot of things in this that's very similar to that, like the bit where, he has the underground sewer thing with the big duck,
Yes.
and he's eating a fish and all that sort of stuff.
The duck's gonna come back.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
I love that this
some
Penguin's like,
favorite
he's not Batman Returns Penguin, but he's pretty close to Batman Returns Penguin. I love it.
Yeah. He's not as goofy as Batman Returns Penguin, which is weird because
he's not.
I think he'd be more.
Yeah, he's not as goofy or as dark. He's more like he's like sophisticated, but still makes a fool of himself. But he's still got some of that Batman Returns Penguin in him. Like, of course, he's deformed and all that, but
yeah,
like
he's not as creepy as Batman Returns Penguin.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
I thought he was a lot better written in this episode, and I thought that like he was trying to be reformed until the end, where obviously he wasn't. I just like bad things kept happening to him, and then he ended up not being that way.
Yeah, I think he was actually like going that way, and he was about to be reformed, but just bad circumstances, people treating him like garbage.
Exactly.
Turns him towards crime again.
Like he was trying to be good, but just things weren't working out for him. Which is kind of like that's why I think I like this as the best Penguin episode yet as well, is because of that. Because there's layers to him.
Yeah, he has a lot of layers, and like he's really sympathetic in this episode. Because even when Batman's not trusting him at the beginning, and he's actually doing right and all that, like you kind of feel bad for him. Like you want to see Batman to see like the best in him, but he's already done so much that Batman like can't really see it at first.
I like the scene with Bruce meeting Oswald.
Yeah, that's like you can tell that's when Bruce kind of starts to think that he's actually going straight.
Yeah. You're like, oh, maybe he's not so bad. I mean, it was sad at the start when he thought he was getting a party from Joker and Two-Face and all them.
Oh yeah, that was great. He just walks in, he's like, Joker, Two-Face.
Joker, old shoe, beside you. Yeah, that was good.
I hated, I'm sure you did too, because he was meant to be a hated character, but I hated the flamboyant rich guy.
Yeah.
He was
the
such
thing,
an
like,
asshole.
The girl Veronica, I think her name was, and then that rich guy of. I didn't really like them too much. They were kind of the only weak points of the episode for me.
Have we seen Veronica Vreeland yet before this episode?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I know she shows up a few times after this, but I didn't know if this was her first episode or not.
I didn't remember her when I saw her in this.
Yeah, I don't know why, but like her and like Summer Gleason like kind of like go together.
I thought she was Summer at first. She looked like her.
because they're both redheads, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wait, we've seen her before, right? And I was like, no, that's Summer Gleason. Either way, I don't like either of their characters.
Yeah, they're not the best. Because there's not really too much to them.
Oh no,
like,
definitely
they're
not.
just kind of pretty basic.
Yeah, like, Vreeland's always there to either be, like, the damsel in distress, or like she was in this episode where she's just, like, a jerk.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she was just using Penguin, and Penguin's trying to be nice.
Yeah,
you know?
like, I don't
kind of
blame Penguin for wanting to kill them.
Yeah.
And taking their money. Screw those
I don't
guys.
blame him for bringing them underground and putting them on docks.
And I always hate it when this stuff happens, like, when girls are, like, being assholes and stuff towards, like, some guy that may not be, like, that attractive or whatever, and then, like, they start to get feelings for them, and they're, like, how she's telling Penguin, you know, I really was starting to get feelings for you. I'm like, why are you telling him this now when he's getting arrested and all that? Like, just shut up.
The very end.
Just shut up, Veronica.
Just stop. Yeah, honestly, I would like to see more Penguin episodes if they were like this, and less like, I've got Batman in my basement.
Yeah, see, when your initial reaction to the Penguin in the show, after I've got Batman in my basement, how you just thought he was weird and, like, just extremely weird and, like, written dumbly. When I told you he got better, this was the main episode I was thinking of, because I do love this episode a lot, and I think Penguin is written extremely well.
Yeah. Because there's more to him than just a villain.
Oh yeah, definitely, and you saw that, like... I guess you kind of saw that he doesn't really want to be a villain, but, like, society pushes him away, so he feels like he has to be.
Yeah. Like, Blackgate?
Yeah, he goes to Blackgate.
Yeah. Yeah. He comes out, like, you know, he wants to be a nice guy, and just can't make it because the villains don't come to the super party.
That's something else interesting about the Penguin. I think, isn't he pretty much, aside from, like, Catwoman, the only Batman villain that doesn't go to Arkham?
Yeah, I think so. Mainly because he's not insane.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, Mr. Freeze isn't insane, but he goes to Arkham. I guess because
I feel like Penguin seems like he's more of a human, I guess, in a way that the other villains aren't. Like, the other villains seem crazy. Penguin seems like he's always kind of aware of what he's doing. He knows kind of the scenarios he's in.
Yeah, it seems that Penguin has, like, more rationale to him, I guess.
Yeah, he has more of a grasp on reality. Because I feel like when Nora dies, Victor kind of loses it.
Yeah, aside from Nora, which is his main motivation, Freeze is close to that, but, like, his emotions drive him more than anything.
Yeah.
More than logic does. So, yeah, it makes sense. So, Connor, do you have anything to add on this episode?
No, I think we've covered it a lot. Just, more episodes like this and less like Batman in my basement.
Yeah, there are going to be more episodes like this without the Penguin, like, in the sense that there are going to be villains that try to reform in the future.
Yeah, I feel like this does, for Penguin, it's not as good, but I think it does, for Penguin what Hard Advice does for Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, I can see that. For this, like, take on the character, at least for this, because some versions are like the mobster Penguin, which is
Yeah.
Like the crime boss mobster guy, and that's the version I prefer. But for the more penguin-like, rich upper class, like this version of the penguin, I think this is probably about the best it can be done.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Connor, do you want to give some letter grades?
Sure. I would give it a B+.
Okay, I'm gonna give it an A-.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, making me look like a hater again.
Really strong episode. Hey, Connor.
Yeah, it was.
Connor, if you remember the last few episodes we did, you made me look like a hater.
Payback.
Yeah, so getting into what is reality, the return of Edward Nygma. So Connor, your favorite Batman villain, Riddler and Two-Face. We get the return of Riddler. You were a bit disappointed in his introduction episode, while I loved it. So, what do you think of this episode?
So this is the second appearance of Riddler, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just not digging this version of Riddler. I don't know what it is about it, but it's just not. It's not what I expected. I thought this was a pretty average episode. I didn't think it was amazing. I didn't think it was terrible. And there were a lot of good stuff, like seeing more Jim Gordon's great, because we haven't gotten too much Jim Gordon stuff over the course of the show, so far at least. When Batman was inside the virtual reality, I thought that the scenes looked really cool. Like there was some really cool videos, like the chessboard bit was really cool, but it didn't remind me of a Riddler kind of trap. It reminded me more of if Batman was on fear toxin from Scarecrow,
or like this, like a kind of like Perchance to Dream, where Mad Hatter has the dream machine.
Like I know that it made sense because he was inside the virtual reality, but it didn't. It felt more like a different Batman villain than what Riddler would do. I liked how Batman beat him, but I don't know. I just can't dig this version of the character. I think it did have some of the coolest visuals we've seen yet. It was cool seeing more Robin because Dick Grayson's great. Yeah, Riddler villain as well.
It sounds like we're about on the same page with this episode,
wow.
Connor.
You're gonna love it.
I loved the Riddler's introduction episode a lot more than I like this episode. Like you said, I don't think this is a bad episode, but it's not a very good episode either. It's pretty average.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think, like, if technology was a bit more advanced back then, would this episode be better? Because, like, was virtual reality even really, like, a thing like it is now back then?
I don't think so. I doubt it.
Yeah, because I think they were kind of just tossing, like, their hat into the pile on the virtual reality thing, because...
Yeah.
Like, they don't do virtual reality bad, but it's just kind of weird, especially with the Riddler, like you said.
It doesn't feel like virtual reality.
No, not at all. It just kind of feels like you're in a computer game, but it doesn't feel like everything around you is real, which is what virtual reality is supposed to be.
Like, it's a cool concept. I just think it would work better with a different villain than Riddler, because it seems a little bit too over the top for what Riddler would do.
Yeah, I think it would have worked better with, like, a Mad Hatter.
Yeah, exactly. Because while Riddler does do over the top schemes a lot, he tries to do it more about, like, head to head, see who's smarter between the two, not kind of putting Batman into like a virtual reality scenario and seeing if he can escape it. It's more so trying to do something to one up Batman and keep one upping him.
Yeah, and at the end, to save Gordon, he has to solve, like, the Baxter's box thing, which Robin knew how to solve and all that, so he threw Robin out of the game or whatever, shocked his helmet. So the radio was fried or whatever, but, like, you could do that in the real world instead of doing it in this virtual reality world.
Yeah, exactly. And I probably would have liked it better if it was more real.
Yeah, instead of having, like, say, if Batman couldn't solve that or whatever, Gordon was trapped in there, you could have just done, if Batman couldn't solve it, it'd blow up and Gordon's gone forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
Also, it ended with, like, Riddler stuck in it as well.
Yeah, that was interesting because the game, like, crashed while he was still in, so I don't... It's like his consciousness is in there, I guess, but he's obviously still alive in the real world, but it's just a weird thing when this kind of stuff happens.
Yeah. It's like, cool concept, but probably shouldn't be Riddler.
Yeah, cool concept. Could have been executed better. Maybe if it was later on down the line when virtual reality was more of like a relevant thing, it could have been better.
Yeah.
And if it was just a different villain as well, like you've been saying.
It also seems like it would work well for a Justice League episode.
Yeah, you could do some cool things. But, yeah, Connor, so you want to go ahead and give this one some lighter grades?
Sure, yeah, just, like, completely average. I had to give it a C.
Yeah, I completely agree. A C.
Oh, yay, not a hater this time. Neither of us are.
Yeah, but we didn't go low, we didn't go high, we went straight in the middle.
Yeah, it was still interesting. Like, I think the visuals made it for me. That was the thing I liked the most, like especially when they were going through like Orion and all that inside the virtual reality machine.
Yeah, also something I noticed with this episode is like the actual riddles. I don't think were nearly as good as the last time.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is what kind of helps make a Riddler episode really good, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Last video you kind of mentioned that we haven't gotten a lot of Gordon in.
Yeah, this is another Gordon episode.
Yeah, centrally focused on Gordon, and Batman debating on whether being Batman is for the better or not. So,
yeah.
Connor, what do you think of this episode?
So overall, I didn't love this episode. I thought it was above average. Like, it was better than What is Reality, but it wasn't kind of the super high up on my list of what I liked. Seeing Gordon obviously was great because, like I said, for What is Reality, how much it was nice seeing Gordon in a big role since we haven't really seen him too much. So it was good seeing him a lot in this. Also, this is the first time we've seen Dick and Barbara interact.
I believe so.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, have we ever seen them in a scene before? So, because Dick and Barbara is one of the best DC couples in my opinion. So hopefully we see more of them.
When they interact in this episode, I don't even remember that.
It was in the hospital. Dick visits Gordon and Barbara's there.
Was Dick in the hospital?
Maybe it wasn't Dick. I was pretty sure it was.
I don't remember Dick going to the hospital.
I thought he just popped in for a minute and then Barbara was there.
Huh.
I thought it was a really brief scene though, because I remember they didn't really talk much.
I've seen this episode so many times and I've never noticed that.
I'll rewatch after this and make sure I'm right, because maybe I'm
gonna have to check on that too. I'm like, wait.
Yeah, the kid bit was weird, like the way he was at the start of it. I thought it was weird how he didn't show up at all after kind of the first 5 minutes, but then when it kind of looped back around to him kind of reassuring Batman that he had a positive effect on him, I did like that. And plus, I also always like when kind of heroes have to go through this trial and error thing of kind of seeing, are they doing something for the good or for the worse? So that was still pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's something that makes sense too, because even like Batman says this, like, no matter how many times I put these villains away, they're just going to escape and like cause more trouble and harm.
And that's like one of the biggest things about Batman. When people argue about should Batman kill or not, everyone kind of brings up about how, well, his villains always end up back out on the streets, so maybe he should kill. So it was good that they kind of brought that up in this episode.
Yeah, the thing about that though, this isn't really about the episode, but like, I mean, this is something you've seen Batman Under the Red Hood. This is something he kind of iterates in that, is if he crosses that line, he's not going to be able to stop. And if he was just murdering all his villains, how would like the citizens of Gotham look at Batman?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah. Oh. Well, Connor, I love this episode so much.
Okay, so I know the episode. Different opinions on that.
This is one of my favorite episodes just because it really focuses on like the human aspects of Batman. It really focuses on his human side more than it does like his what's the word? I don't know, like the spiritual side.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like that he's going through this crisis, and just Gordon getting shot just elevates that, because he's like, if I was there, I could have saved him.
Yeah, exactly. That was a good bit. I liked though.
Yeah, I just really like the dynamic between Batman and Gordon in this episode, and Gordon doesn't even talk that much throughout the episode, but the whole episode is focused on him.
Yeah, this is the first time we kind of see how much Gordon actually means to Bruce.
Yeah, when he tell Dick or Alfred this? He says, Jim Gordon's the same age my father would be if he hadn't died.
I think it was Alfred.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, that hurt me a little. I was like, damn.
Yeah, it kind of shows that, like, even though they haven't ever interacted near as much, Bruce still kind of sees Gordon as that sort of character, kind of like a fatherly character.
Yeah, it's like he pretty much sees Alfred as his second father, but he sees Gordon as a father figure as well.
Yeah.
And the end, I'm just gonna skip to the end real quick because Gordon says something like, I wanted to be a hero like you, and then Batman's just like, you are a hero, Jim. I was like, oh, I don't know, this episode just really pulled at my heartstrings.
Yeah. That's it. I thought that all, like, the Bruce stuff where he was kind of focusing on if he's doing something for the good was the best part of the episode, and it was the other stuff that I wasn't too keen on.
Yeah, there was that line too, I think is one of the best lines in the whole show is, when you look into the abyss for too long, eventually it looks back into you.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if they were meaning, like, Nightwing foreshadowing by this or not, but when Bruce is talking to Dick, he's like, how much longer before I hurt someone else close to me? Alfred, you. And I just started thinking about, like, how Dick becomes Nightwing and all that.
That's true, actually, I didn't think of that.
Because, like
I want to see Dick become Nightwing for sure, but I don't know if we've seen him do enough as Robin yet for that transition to be as good as it could be.
Yeah, well, he doesn't become Nightwing until the new Batman Adventures, so...
Okay, good.
And Volume 3, you're really gonna get a lot of Robin.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Jazzman, he wasn't the strongest villain at all, but I think he served his purpose, and...
Yeah.
It was fine.
That's another thing, I didn't think there was too much of an iconic villain.
Oh, no. But this episode wasn't about the villain, so...
Yeah,
it didn't bother me. And then, of course, the differences between Batman and Bullock, how Bullock's kind of mad at Batman for not being there and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was actually good. I like that as well, because it showed that Bullock, while he's kind of not being too nice, he still does care about Gordon as well, even though he might not be the best officer.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, because he's looking to take down the Jazzman the whole time, too. And once he sees...
Yeah.
Well, he sees Batman and Jazzman fighting, like... out the window, right? Of Gordon's room?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Reminded me a little bit of Jim Gordon and Harry Bullock in Gotham, which is my favorite part about Gotham.
Yeah. So yeah, Connor, I don't have too much more to add. What about you?
No, not really. Just kind of covered it. Like I said, the end where they looped background about the kid was cool. I thought that was a good way of reaffirming that even though it might not seem like it a lot of the time, Batman is having positive effects on people's lives.
Yeah, also, Leslie Tompkins is back in this episode.
Yeah, I actually forgot to say that. The Crime Alley scene.
So,
that was cool when the guy crushed the rose.
Oh yeah, Batman was heartbroken.
Yeah.
And I guess the last time we saw Leslie Tompkins was at Point Man Crime Alley, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
So, in terms of the timeline, it's been exactly 1 year, I would assume, because a Point Man Crime Alley was the night his parents died, and then this was the night his parents died.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. It would have to be that. I didn't think about that.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, I like to see more of that sort of stuff. I'm surprised Leslie hasn't been in more episodes, because she's a good character.
Yeah, that's another reason I really love this episode, though, is because it just shows, like, how much the people around Batman really do mean to him, like...
Yeah.
With Leslie kind of comforting him, and then how he opens up to Alfred, how he blames himself for what happened to Jim, and he's thinking about what's gonna happen the next time he hurts someone like Dick or Alfred.
Like, one of the biggest misconceptions about Batman is when people always talk about how Batman works alone and how he doesn't really have the supporting cast of characters that people like Superman or Flash have. But, I mean, this episode shows perfectly well that he still has a lot of people around him.
Yeah, like, he started this crusade not alone because he had Alfred, but it was just him and Alfred.
Yeah.
And then along the way, he like found friends and he found family.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love this episode a lot just because of how emotional it is and how it displays everyone close to Batman, how important they really are to him.
Yeah, exactly. It does do a good job of conveying all that.
Yeah, so Connor, what would you give this episode?
I would give it a C+.
Oh.
You know, just above average.
Drastically different.
Yeah,
I am
I
giving
can
it
tell.
an A+.
Wow. I mean, you did make some really good points that are definitely pushing me towards liking it more than I thought I did. Like I didn't see as much in it as you did, so I might give it a rewatch now and see if it changes how I know all the stuff that you said.
Oh yes, and towards the beginning too, when or it might be towards the middle after. I don't know. It's sometime Batman is talking to Alfred and he's like, "I'm a cliche. They make like shirts and pops of me."
Yeah.
I was like, that's a good point.
Like that. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good point.
So, jumping into Off Balance, Connor. So, what do you think of this episode?
Yeah. So, I really like this episode for a bunch of reasons. When the Society of Shadows showed up, I was like, huh, is that going to be some kind of precursor to the League of Assassins? Because since they're called the League of Shadows in the Dark Knight trilogy, I was like, is that going to lead into that? And then when it was dealing with Count Vertigo, I was like, okay, so they're not probably doing anything about the League of Assassins. But it was great seeing Count Vertigo because we barely ever see him and stuff, and this was a really comic accurate version of Count Vertigo as well, even down to the accent and all of that. Reminded me of the Young Justice version, which is kind of the only other version I can think that had the accuracy. Plus, you know, people always argue about how Arrow steals Batman villains. Well, Batman just stole the Green Arrow villain.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was cool seeing him. Count Vertigo is an underrated villain. They need to use him and stuff more. And then when the woman who turned out to be Talia showed up, I immediately was like, that looks identical to Talia. Like, I'd be very surprised if that wasn't her, and then it was revealed that it was her, and that she was on a mission for Rage, and that all led back to the League of Assassins and all that. So I'm assuming the Society of Shadows was in this episode. Like, the reason why they called them that was because they were doing the League of Assassins in this episode as well. Yeah, the version of Vertigo was really interesting. I liked how they beat him with the bells, and then Talia turning on Bruce in classic Talia al Ghul fashion. But yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I figured you would like this episode quite a bit because of the League Assassin stuff, and of course the tease of Ra's al Ghul, which you've been
that was a great tease.
You've been talking about that all throughout this.
Yeah, because Rage is such a good villain.
Yeah, I was really ready to get to this episode because of that. Because I don't remember this episode extremely well, but I do remember all the like Talia Batman stuff, and then of course the setup of Ra's.
Yeah, I had no idea he was going to show up there. I didn't think he was going to show up at all until the Demon's Quest.
Yeah, they show him at the end and just kind of leave you on a tease, and then the two-parter isn't too far from now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I like how he's already calling him detective.
Oh yeah. It shows that respect towards Batman.
Yeah.
I can't really add too much more to what you said. I really enjoyed the Batman-Talia dynamic, and Vertigo was a pretty good villain. He's more just kind of a throwaway villain, I guess, just to set up the League of Shadows.
Definitely. I can't see a reason for him to come back much.
No, I don't. Was his death implied in this, or?
I think it was. I think they left it pretty ambiguous, but I couldn't see much of a reason for him to come back.
Yeah, because he fell in the water, and then it cuts to Batman saying, "Without their leader, Vertigo's crew has fled." So I was like,
yeah,
is he dead? And that's something else towards the beginning of the episode when the League of Assassins, like, whatever they did with their helmets and stuff, how the gas came out.
Yeah, it was crazy.
They take their mask off and they're dead. Like they show dead bodies.
Like that's I don't think we've seen something like that on the show yet.
No, I didn't remember that happening.
Yeah.
Their eyes were wide open. They were dead. I was like, what? Like how? What? How are you
like,
eating?
Vertigo, he steers a tight ship.
Like, you think Joker knows a way past the censors? Well, the League of Assassins really know a way.
Yeah. that was really cool though. I thought that it was a good way of showing how crazy Vertigo is, because like I like this as well, because Arrow's version of Vertigo, as cool as he is, he's just a drug dealer. There's not too much to him. I like seeing proper versions of him with the powers and all of that sort of, and show how unhinged and crazy he is.
Yes, sometimes throughout this episode, the animation, like, it almost made me feel sick, but like I don't really...
Yeah, that was really cool, I thought.
Yeah, I don't count, like, that's not a gripe against the episode or anything, because it is pretty cool, because like if Vertigo was using his powers on you, you would feel that way.
Yeah,
so it's
you would
cool.
just be throwing up everywhere.
Yeah, it was pretty cool that they could like display that through animation. And also,
that's the reason why I like the character is because his powers were actually pretty good. Like, they might not seem too powerful, but he would be really, 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 really annoying to fight.
Yeah, especially against a hero that's just human, like Batman or Green Arrow.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's interesting when Batman guides Talia through like the room of traps and all that, when Vertigo's machine is going off and the whole Vertigo effect is going through them. The way Batman gets them through is he closes his eyes.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
How'd you think about how they beat him with the bells?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. It reminded me of the Lego Batman, actually, because the final mission on the hero side is Joker and Harley Quinn in the bell tower.
Oh yeah?
And you ring the bells to like get them out of the bells and then beat the crap out of them. I don't know why. I was like, what?
Maybe it's a callback to this episode.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's awesome.
Those games take a lot of inspiration from the Burton movies and Batman the Animated Series. So
yeah, I have Batman, Lego Batman 3, and I still haven't played it.
I need to get Lego Batman 3 to play it one day.
It's got like everyone in it. Turns of DC characters.
Yeah, and then the end when Talia tests the device out and it just spazzes out and I guess it electrocutes her hands or something because she just drops it. And Race is like, even in defeat, the detective finds a small victory or whatever.
Yeah. I was surprised that Rage wasn't more like angry towards Talia for losing it.
Yeah, me too.
Like it seems like Rage would kind of be, don't come home until you figure out a way to fix this or something.
I think it'll make more sense once you see the Demon's Quest, because I don't think Raish's main goal was to really get the device. I think it was more of testing Batman.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Trying to figure out how smart he actually is.
Yeah, because as you know, with Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul wants Batman to be his heir in most iterations.
What's successor?
And yeah, it's no different in this one. So
that's cool. I like to think that if he hadn't done that to the weapon, Talia was able to bring the weapon back with nothing happening and that Rage would kind of just forget about Batman and put his eyes on someone else.
Yeah, well, Batman, he didn't do anything. He's worthless.
Yeah. He's not fit to be the demon's head.
I'm gonna go destroy the world now.
Yeah, gonna go back and blow up Gotham.
So, Connor, got anything else to add, or do you want to go ahead and give this one some lighter grades?
No, really, I think we've covered it mainly. I really enjoyed this.
Okay, so Connor, what do you give it?
I give it an A-.
Okay, I will give it a B, a solid B.
B. Oh wow. So you don't actually. I thought you were gonna hate this episode the way we were talking about beforehand.
Oh no, I didn't hate it.
Okay.
It would probably be about a C plus B minus if it wasn't for Raish and Talia.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if it wasn't for Talia, it would probably be really low, but Vertigo was fine, but Talia and Bruce really elevated this.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
without the League of Assassins connection, I wouldn't have loved it as much either.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you know this or not, but actually Batman, when I think of people for Batman to be with, Talia is who I always think of.
I used to think of Talia, but considering Bruce and Selena were married pretty recently in the comics, now I kind of think of them.
Most people didn't like that though, did they?
I'm not kind of who I see him with now, especially like even in the Injustice games and stuff.
Yeah, I just like Batman and Talia is where I always go. I think they complement each other well. I've never been a huge Batman Catwoman fan.
I mean, Batman and Talia makes the most sense because of Damian.
Yeah, I think Batman and Catwoman works as like a flirting dynamic more than it does a relationship.
Oh yeah, for sure, I agree with that. Talia definitely suits Batman more.
Okay, so yes. So, anyway, jumping into the man who killed Batman. What do you think of this one, Connor? Did you think Batman was actually dead?
I did. I thought that was it. I thought he was done. I thought we were going to see Dick Grayson or Alfred take over the Cowl after this episode, and that was who it was for the rest of it. But
Alfred as Batman.
Yeah, should have known not to trust the people who wrote this episode because they tricked me again. Batman wasn't dead.
They're cowards.
Yeah, they were cowards. they didn't kill him off. But I know you said that Almost Got Him is the funnest episode of the series for you. I think this is probably the funnest episode of the series for me.
Oh, really? I do think this episode is really fun, but
yeah, it was a nice kind of like small scale episode of just seeing this random guy end up screwing over the biggest hero in Gotham and the biggest villain in Gotham, which is pretty funny.
Yes, the Joker was my favorite part of this episode.
Yeah,
he was
for sure.
This isn't even really a Joker episode, but this might be my favorite Joker episode. Like, this is the most I've liked the Joker so far.
What, 5 minutes?
Yeah, he only showed up I think he showed up about 12 minutes in and then was gone like 5-6 minutes later.
It's cool seeing Harley, not as Harley, but as Harleen Quinzel.
Yeah, that's something else. Like, do they not know Harleen Quinzel became Harley Quinn?
Yeah. And Bullock's like, I recognize you from somewhere.
Yeah,
also, we see the hyenas.
Would those red flags just not, go off in your head?
It's like, that's, one of the most dangerous people in Gotham.
I mean, I guess at this point, Harley isn't really her own character yet, though. Like, everyone still sees her as Joker's hench lady.
In this, she's just tied to Joker.
Yeah, because even when she gets Sid in the car and putting on all the makeup, he's like, wait, I know you. You work for the Joker.
Yeah.
I don't think he stuttered that much, but that's how I heard it.
That was pretty, though. I mean, it makes sense for Sid, how we see him in the whole episode. Like, I'm surprised he didn't stutter that much.
Yeah.
And I liked how Joker was, like, when he thought the Batman actually was dead, that he was really sad, because he didn't get to be the one who killed him.
Yeah, and this version of Joker, anyway, and a lot of versions, like, will never actually kill Batman, because...
Yeah, because they want to keep the fight up.
Yeah, it has to... Or if they do kill Batman, it has to be, like, the perfect death, and it's just not possible to pull that off.
Yeah, plus, Joker normally doesn't want to see Batman die until after Batman breaks his no-killing rule.
Yeah, and that's actually the perfect death thing is kind of a focus of Mad Love, which will be towards the end of the new Batman Adventures, so it'll be a while from now, but...
Yeah. Well, that's actually an episode I know about, and just because of Joker and Harley, I don't even know why I know about that episode.
Well, it's the episode, it was a comic at first, I believe. It was comic, then an episode.
That's why I remember that.
And it's Harley's origin, basically, so maybe that's why you've heard of it, know about it.
But yeah, I thought that this episode didn't actually really have pretty much any low points, I thought. Everything was fun or worked. Saw Thorn back again. The hyenas. This is the first time we see the hyenas, isn't it?
I believe so. I don't remember. Were they in the Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne when... No, I don't think they were when Hugo calls the Joker.
I just like make point because they've become such a big part of Harley's character. Like, they're even going to be in Birds of Prey.
Yes, they become a massive part of her character in this show.
Yeah. Speaking of Birds of Prey, Montoya's back in this episode. Briefly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really fun. I enjoyed it. Instead, ended up going to jail after all.
Yep, and he's a big shot now, I guess, for nearly killing Batman.
Do we ever see him again?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I don't think so.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the Joker's inclusion just elevates this episode so much, and like just the pacing throughout the episode. There's not really a dull moment, like you said. Like it keeps going. And
Yeah, it flows into the different kind of mistakes it is making very well.
Yeah, and it kind of like keeps the mystery up, not necessarily of whether Batman's like dead or not, because I mean you pretty much know he's not. But like, how did?
Well, I did.
Yeah, but like, how did Sid escape the Joker? Like, how did he live through that? And
Yeah.
as Batman.
It's like no one's that stupid or lucky.
And also, one of the best lines in the show, I think, this is probably the most memorable line from the Joker for me, is, and I'll be smiling once again once we take that man there, slap him into that box there, and throw him into that vat of acid there.
Joker had some really good lines in this.
Yeah, like, Mark Hamill is just having the time of his life in this episode.
I'd like more like that, where Joker's kind of dealing with stupid people like that.
Yeah, no, like, this episode also, it just displays how, like, important Batman really is to the Joker. And,
Yeah.
like he says, without Batman, crime has no punchline.
Yeah, that was a really good line, actually, that I liked.
Like, yeah, like, crime isn't fun to him if Batman's not there to stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I think this episode just, it displays the Joker-Batman dynamic perfectly.
Yeah.
And they don't
definitely.
even interact.
They weren't even interacting.
It's just really good. It's just really good writing and really good character development.
Yeah. It handled the comedy elements well, it handled the character elements well.
Yeah, because even at the beginning of the heist, Joker doesn't believe that Batman's dead. He's like stealing all this stuff, having the time of his life, and he's like, if Batman's truly not gone, I'll take care of it myself. Pretty much. And then when Batman doesn't show, like the cops are coming and everything, he's like, put it back. And they're like, what?
Yeah, he was actually kind of a dick to Harley in that scene.
He's always a dick to Harley.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but like there was more noticeable than usual.
Yeah.
That's why I hate when people like put them two together as a couple. I'm like, well, they shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's kind of like you've seen Harley Quinn, right?
Yeah.
In the first episode of Harley Quinn, when Joker chooses to let Batman go and drops Harley into the acid, which is actually margarita mix, and like she sees everything that actually happened, she's like, it wasn't me, it's always been him.
That's one of the best things about the Harley Quinn anime show is her like hating Joker now.
Yeah, and I don't know, I've always loved the most important person to the Joker is Batman.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Joker's always gonna pick Batman over Harley Quinn.
Yeah, and it's just so much more interesting because Batman doesn't, of course he doesn't feel that way about the Joker, but
yeah.
So yeah, Connor, do you have anything else to add, or?
Not really. It's a fun episode. It was probably the funnest one I've had yet.
Oh yeah, so one more thing I want to add real quick is towards the end, like after Sid said all this and Rupert's kind of got the gun on him, and you hear the thugs getting beat up or whatever. First of all, I don't know why Thorne just didn't shoot Squid and then look at the door.
Yeah. It didn't make a lot of sense, but it was fun. I mean, I get Squid's lucky.
Yeah, he's lucky, but when Batman burst through the door, the score they have over that was just, it was amazing. Like, I don't know, the music was just really good in that moment.
Yeah. The music's always good in the show.
Oh, yeah. So, Connor, yeah, letter grades.
I give it a B+. It's very close to an A-.
Okay, well, I'm giving it an A+, another A+.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I like this one more than I Am the Night, but...
Yeah, I'd need to give I Am the Night a rewatch now after what you've said about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I Am the Night, like, it just has a lot of emotional depth for me, which is why it's, like, it's one of the more memorable and ones that are, like, close to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Connor.
He finally met Zatanna.
Sadly, we're not talking about Zatanna first. We're talking about Mudslide. How do you feel about good old Ron Perlman? Or, I mean, Clayface?
I actually did really like this episode. It's cool seeing Matt back and Clayface back, and they did a lot of really interesting things with this. Like, the final fight was one of the coolest fights, the most creative fights they've done in the show, especially with, like, you know, Batman inside Clayface and the cool shots of his head coming out through him, and then he just comes out of Clayface's head. Was really cool as well. And the new design for him that I think her name was Stella, that she was trying to make him into the old Matt. That was a pretty interesting design. I thought it was good, and I liked that the whole plot for him. He wasn't really trying to be a bad guy. He was just trying to get restored to who he used to be. But yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, the suit he was wearing was kind of weird to me, just because like it was so glossy in some shots.
Yeah, it was.
I was like, damn, that's a bright ass suit, man. Yeah, there was a really cool shot towards the end though, like with lightning in the background when it's raining and stuff. When Clayface has like he formed his hand into a hook or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a cool ass shot with the lightning in the background.
Yeah.
I was like, oh hell yeah.
There's a lot of really cool shots in this.
Oh, and did you get the Bates Motel reference?
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, damn. I actually didn't remember that. I'm like, that's so like heavy-handed, actually.
Yeah. I also liked how Bruce didn't really beat Matt. It was kind of more the weather that beat him.
Did you? I don't know if they got the point across super well, but did you get like what was happening to Matt?
Or
like, well, I know you know what was happening to him, but do you know why?
Yeah.
Did you like?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like this is an episode where you have to see the first episode to like understand what's happening. Like,
yeah.
If you hadn't seen Feet of Clay, you would not really understand what was going on.
Yeah.
So
I actually don't know, because it's been a while since we've seen Feet of Clay at this point. That I might have forgotten.
Well, if you remember, at the end of Feet of Clay, he faked his own death.
Oh yeah.
That cool ass
animation
sequence. But yeah, I didn't really get that he was dying or actually dying when he did that. I thought it was just all an act, but I guess not because of this episode.
Yeah, there he is.
He's falling apart. Has to have a suit and
losing his integrity.
He's dependent on chemicals to stay alive.
I like that joke by Alfred where Bruce is like, he's losing integrity, and Alfred's like, did he ever have any to be?
Did he ever have any to begin with?
But yeah, I thought that was a really interesting plot. Like, they could have done a more kind of regular route with it, but they didn't. It was pretty unique.
Oh yeah, and also this was the episode. The beginning was Batman was like going home, right? And then like he hears the police communications. He's like, "Okay, Alfred, never mind. I'm not going home." And Alfred just says, "Don't take this the wrong way, sir, but your goose is cooked."
Your goose is cooked. Alfred continues to be the best character on this show.
Alfred is amazing. Yeah, and I also I feel like with Clayface, they kind of use him as social commentary in a way, especially in this episode, like when he's on the train and everyone's looking at him in disgust and it's like, what is that, and all that, and
yeah,
kind of reflecting on how society treats some,
like definitely
just aspects of life and like qualities people have, and
but it's cool thing is like the show handles topics like that in a pretty cool.
Yeah, like it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not overtoned or anything. Like it's a pretty nice balance. They don't hit you over the head with it.
Yeah, exactly. And we going to see Matt Hagen again? This is his last appearance.
Do you want me to spoil that for you?
Maybe not actually.
Okay, well we'll find out.
I actually wasn't expecting him to come back. Clayface probably isn't come back. There we go.
Really? Even after?
Yeah, like I know that they left it very open-ended. Or if he was come back up, I didn't think they were going to use him again.
I was about to say, even after the Thriller ending,
Yeah. It's just like they do that thing sometimes where like they think they might use the villain again, so they make it look like they're not captured or whatever.
Yeah, that's why they act like the Joker dies every other episode. They're like, yeah, we might not use him again, guys. We know.
It's like we got him this time.
Know. We might up the Penguin to Batman's biggest villain.
Yeah. Penguin and Riddler are no joke.
I would love Riddler to be up there.
Now Riddler is up there.
Yeah, well, he is, but I'm saying like I wish he was used that much.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, so the only thing else I really want to add is that how the doctor lady or whatever. Well, I don't think she was actually a doctor lady. Well, maybe it seemed like she knew some shit actually, but she was in a. Was she in films with Hagen? Was that it, or did she just love his films?
That's what I got out of it. Was that she was in the films as well?
Yeah, okay. That's what I took from what Batman said towards the end. He's like, I found a film catalog or whatever with her name. I was like, oh, okay. I forgot that somehow.
Yeah, that was another plot I liked, that we were kind of delve more into Matt's acting kind of career.
Yeah, this episode was kind of more about him as a person than him as Clayface.
Yeah.
Because it was about him wanting to get back to being Matt Hagen and, you know, all that.
Yeah, which is good, because Feet of Clay, if I'm remembering right, was more kind of about the actual thing they used to turn him into Clayface. The material.
Yeah, like part 1 was kind of like this, like his acting career was kind of going downhill, and he got the stuff that eventually turned him into Clayface. It's, you know, like plastic surgery. Yeah. Did what plastic surgery would take years to do. So
classic Clayface move.
Yes. Classic Hellboy move. Ron Perlman.
Yeah, classic Ron Perlman.
Okay, so Connor, what would you give this one?
I'd give it a B. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good episode.
Yeah,
it's up there.
I completely agree with that.
Oh, have I taken over from Everest as the favorite bat friend?
Yes, because you actually show up.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Clayface is just I think he's a really good character in the show.
Yeah. He's one of the more interesting films that they use, especially since it's the Matt Hagen version, which doesn't get an awful lot of like use.
Oh yeah. This show made me love Clayface.
Yeah.
So Connor, next is paging the crime doctor. We get some Rupert Thorne action. Well, not really, because he's kind of like hospitalized the entire time, but
but he's there.
Yeah, he's there like the first 3 minutes, and then you know he's still calling the shots, even though he's not.
Yeah, the whole thing revolves around him.
Yeah. Well, really, it kind of all revolves around Thomas, Bruce's father, right?
Yeah, that's true though. I meant more so the plot of like the main plot of the episode where they were going after Leslie was because of Rupert and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
This is probably the most used Leslie Tompkins is yet, I want to say.
Yeah, this is really the only episode she's like been in throughout so far. Other than like,
yeah, she doesn't just show up in like Crime Alley or something.
Yeah, she was in Appointment in Crime Alley, but she was like a hostage there. Well, I mean, I guess she was a hostage here too, but she's actually.
I love the first scene with her where Bruce is injured. He goes in, she just immediately just is like, "What's it this time, Bruce?"
Yeah, she's like, "I have another patient turned around as Batman."
Yeah. And all the Thomas Wayne stuff was really good as well. I thought that was the highlight of the episode, was kind of delving into their history.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel about this episode if it wasn't for the Thomas Wayne stuff, because I think that stuff really helps bring this episode up, elevate.
If it was just about the Thorns and Leslie, I probably wouldn't like this episode much at all.
Yeah, me either. It's just I don't know, it's the way it makes me feel emotionally when Bruce is talking, especially that last line, the line they end on.
Yeah, he's going to visit.
Yeah, that hits me.
Yeah, that was good. A good way to end it. And you know those like the laser hospital weapons they use? They feel very out of place to you.
Yeah, kinda, because
like they didn't really suit the episode.
It feels like lasers and whatnot feel like something that should be in Justice League or Batman Beyond, not Batman
like,
the Animated
wait till Superman and Batman Beyond to use those sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt very out of place, actually, because we've only really seen guns up to this point, right?
Yeah, like, this feels very different, and I don't...
And I don't think you really see lasers much after this, either.
Yeah, it just... Even the aesthetic for Gotham, like, it doesn't have something that suits...
Yeah, it's just the aesthetic of Batman the Animated Series, like, it feels old-timey, but at the same time present day, you know, everyone's always praised the show.
Yeah, kind of like Gotham. Like, it doesn't feel like it has a certain place. It's got pieces from a bunch of things.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it could be at any point in history.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so well, I don't really have much more to say about this because I mean, I didn't think Matt Thorne was a great character. I just like the Thomas
The action
Wayne
stuff was kind of basic.
Yeah,
the action stuff was kind of basic and boring. It was more of the Thomas Wayne stuff and Leslie Tompkins stuff that was good.
Yeah, the Thomas Wayne stuff and the Leslie stuff was enough to at least enjoy this episode.
Yeah, I had a good time with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as
I
would like.
It's not one that's super rewatchable for me, but
yeah,
just the emotional beats throughout help me get through it.
Yeah, like I'll remember some stuff this episode, but I probably won't remember like the whole episode kind of thing.
Yeah, I can't talk, Connor. The thing I always remember about this episode is that final line. I want you to tell me about my father.
Yeah, definitely.
So
and the lasers.
Yeah, yes, I definitely remember the lasers. Okay, so Connor, what would you give this one?
C+.
Yeah,
it's decent.
Hey, I completely agree again.
Hey.
Okay, Connor, can we make it 3 for 3?
Was Everest ever even part of this?
No, he wasn't. I don't know who you're talking about.
Who?
The Mountain? Okay, Connor, can we make it 3 for 3 in this episode? Let's talk about Zatanna.
I don't actually think we're gonna have the same ranking on this or rating.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Did you love it, Connor?
I didn't love it.
Okay, well, me either, so...
Oh, wow, okay. I thought it was really good, but the flashback stuff, like, and the Bruce and Zatanna stuff about their past, I thought was really good. But, like, the stuff with Kane, I didn't really like that much.
Oh, yeah, how predictable was it that he was going to be the villain?
Yeah, like, the second he walked in, I was like, okay, that's the villain of the episode.
Right?
I even wrote that there, and I was like, Montague Kane looks villainy.
He just looks like a villain.
Yeah. Even from the get-go, he's a little bit, he's a little mean. You're like, all right.
With a name like Montague Kane, how are you not going to be a villain?
Exactly. I was like, all right, so he's definitely behind that money disappearing. And what do you know? It was also a great scene, John Zatanna.
Oh, yes. I love the flashback stuff.
Yeah, it's like the flashbacks. If the whole episode was the flashback stuff, this would probably be like an A+ for me.
Dang.
Yeah, I really like that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
especially since I just love Zatanna and Zatanna.
Oh yeah, it's really.
Because I don't know if you know this, but Zatanna made his debut in some of the first issues of Action Comics. Him and Superman were like they both had a story in Action Comics for a couple hundred issues, I think.
Yeah, I knew Zatanna was a really old character. Yeah. Like I knew he was one of the first.
Yeah. That's why I love him so much, because I know him from all those old Action Comics.
Yeah, I think all the like trap stuff and magician stuff in this episode was pretty cool, but I don't think there was anything special really about this episode.
Yeah, it was cool seeing Bruce that he learned his escape artist sort of tricks from Zatanna.
Yeah. Oh, and he mentions he's about to go to Japan, so that's kind of before the Night of the Ninja and Day of the Samurai stuff. Oh,
that was pretty cool as well. I just like seeing a lot of the Bruce before he becomes Batman sort of stuff, like his training.
Yeah, that's why I love Batman Begins a lot. I like that part of Batman Begins more than the actual Batman stuff in that movie.
I actually agree with that. I think all the sort of stuff with him traveling to Nanda Parbat and like in the prison and stuff is really, really, really good.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, back to Zatanna. What did you think of? What did you think of the scene in the car when Bruce is like, "Do you have a husband?"
I'm like, alright, Bruce, calm down. Take it easy.
It's like, you got any family you're gonna need to
like,
talk to you?
Where's your dad? It's like,
he's dead.
It's like, so you have any? How's your dad doing? Alright. Reel it in.
So he was the only person that ever called her Zana, or Zan.
Yeah.
What, Zana, right?
Yeah,
because
I think it was Zana.
She knew immediately when Batman was like, "Trust me, Zana."
That's a really weird. Like, if I hear Zatanna, I don't immediately go to Zana or Zana.
Me either, at all.
Z maybe.
That sounds like a nickname Harley Quinn would give her.
Yeah, I was like that's a little bit. I felt with that, even though it was good, I felt they were just trying to like give a connection for Bruce and Zatanna, and also have an easy way for him to kind of let her know without actually saying, "Oh, I'm Bruce Wayne."
Yeah, well, does she know he's Bruce Wayne? Because she still thinks. Does she still think his name's John Smith?
Oh, that's true. Actually, I forgot about that.
I mean, I know she eventually finds out he's Bruce, obviously, because Justice League Unlimited. But like,
yeah,
I wish I knew.
I just assumed that she would, because like Bruce Wayne's he's a pretty famous guy.
Yeah, sure.
Like, if you're in Gotham, you know who Bruce Wayne is.
Sure.
And if she saw his face, she'd probably remember.
Oh yeah. Surely she put all it together. Like, okay, so John Smith is Batman, and John Smith looks like Bruce Wayne, so Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Yeah, literally. It's like it's all.
And when she's like, I feel like we've met before. Batman's just like, I have that kind of face.
It's like it's the ears.
Yes, it's the ears. I mean, Batman.
Yeah.
You would think more people would recognize Batman's face, maybe not know it's Bruce, but like kind of recognize it because of how distinct his chin is.
Yeah, exactly. Every interpretation of Batman, his chin is really noticeable.
Yeah, his chin is extremely noticeable. It's like, how can you at least not narrow this down to like 30
that's
people?
Obviously Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, it's like Ra's al Ghul is like, hey, I don't remember what he actually says in like the show. We'll get to that, but he's like, hey, well, you got a lot of money and your chin, that all gave away that you're Batman.
Did you think that they got caught way too easy at the end?
Oh yeah. It kind of ended
Kane
abruptly.
takes out enough, and that's it.
Yeah, it ended abruptly. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
it's over.
It just kind of disappears.
I guess it's over.
And he's like, all right, back to my life.
Okay, the last thing I want to ask you about is I can see you seeing this as kind of hammy, but I still love it because I like the Joker. But what did you think of the flashback when Zatanna's like, I'll tell your future? And he pulls a card. And what did she say? She says like, "What? I see 2 of hearts or whatever. I see."
Yeah, and he's like, "It's a Joker."
Yeah. He's like Joker.
She's like, I actually liked it.
She's like, dumb trick anyway. I was like, if you only knew, Zana.
Zana.
I'm gonna start calling Zatanna Zana now.
Zana. Such a dumb name.
It's gonna be like
That's
It's gonna be like 4 years from now. We're watching a Zatanna episode of Justice League Unlimited. I'll be like, Zana.
Hey, look, it's Zana, everybody's favorite sorceress in DC.
Yeah, right.
Did she show up much in this sort of stuff, or is she kind of gone now till Justice League?
I think she's gone until Justice League, actually. But the interesting thing is, she's the only non-Batman character that appears before the new Batman Adventures.
Also a very weird choice for Zatanna characters to pick.
It's the reason why is because Paul Dini actually really loves the character of Zatanna, and he was really the main writer on the show, like the best writer.
Yeah, okay.
Because I
remember watching, like, Zatanna's a weird hero to pick.
Yeah, when you think of this episode, or this show, rather, when you think of this show, most of the good, well-known episodes, or just fun episodes, are written, or at least co-written by Paul Dini. Like, Heart of Ice, Almost Got Him, The Man Who Killed Batman, all those are Paul Dini.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's always kind of that one writer in these sort of stuff you can always recognize when it's other episodes because of how good it is.
Yeah, like, usually you can tell when it's a Paul Dini episode.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, obviously he gets a lot of praise for Heart of Ice because of what it did for Mr. Freeze. And he's the guy that created Harley. He wrote Joker's Favor and he wrote her in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So he's actually
being the guy that created Harley.
Yeah, created Harley, reinvented Mr. Freeze. Like, he actually did a lot for Batman.
Yeah, he underutilized the Riddler.
I don't think he
underutilized Clock King.
I actually don't think he ever wrote a Riddler episode.
Exactly.
They always put him on like the Joker episodes.
Yeah.
They're like, hey,
he's in there.
He's like, oh god, we got our freaking 24th Joker episode, Paul. We need you to make it good.
We got it for our 10 Joker episodes a season, Coda.
Right? He is at least mentioned 10 times a volume, I swear.
Yeah, probably.
In volume 1, it was insane, and then this volume, they either show him every now and then or mention him. It's like, yeah,
he'll cameo, or he'll be on a plane.
It's like you can't do Batman without Joker. You gotta at least show him once or mention him once per episode. Because even, remember in Birds of a Feather when Penguin walks in the building, he's like, oh, Joker, old friend, where are you? Two-Face?
Joker, old friend. He's always...
Oh, okay. Connor, you want to get off this rant and go ahead and grade Zatanna?
Yeah, I'd give it a B+.
Okay, well, you actually gave it slightly higher than me. I give it a B.
Yeah, see, I actually was thinking you were going to give it an A. Like, but until you said that you didn't like it that much, or you didn't love it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, but...
Yeah, I think really... But without the flashback stuff, it would probably fall apart.
Oh yeah, without the flashback stuff, it would be a bit lower. Probably.
Yeah, definitely.
Probably C range, maybe B-.
Maybe not even on the rating. Maybe I just wouldn't watch it.
It'd definitely be below the Clock King. For you.
That's every episode is below the Clock King.
Didn't you give it a B+, Connor?
Yeah, because it's a modest episode. It doesn't like to take too much credit.
Okay. So Connor, you just want to talk about the Batmobile getting destroyed? Not even the episode, the mechanic, but, just in terms of, like, movies and stuff, the Batmobile getting destroyed.
The Batmobile is like... I guess... It's like the Batmobile, in that it gets destroyed a lot.
Yeah, the Batmobile's like the Batmobile?
Yeah, the Batmobile's like the Batmobile. That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it got destroyed in, like... What did it get destroyed in? Besides this episode.
Did it get destroyed in... It didn't get destroyed in BVS or Justice League.
It got destroyed in Batman Forever. The Riddler bombed it. Remember, he threw all those bombs. He was playing...
That whole movie is I'm not even convinced that movie happened.
That whole movie bombed. The Riddler...
That whole movie would jump like the Bat.
Then they played Battleship with the Batboats. God, I hate that movie. I hate that movie, Connor. This is going to be a video.
But Brayden, you forgot to introduce our third member.
Oh yes, our third member is the Joker. Our very own.
That's right, we have Mark Hamill.
Man, that would be amazing.
Actually, so I can get the call.
We have Luke Skywalker himself.
Yes. We have Luke Starkiller, fresh from Hollywood.
Yeah, so if you haven't gathered, we do not have much to say about the mechanic.
No, not really.
The Batmobile, it lost a will, didn't it?
It did. Earl seemed like it should have been Lucius Fox's role.
Earl seemed like he should have been Lucius?
Yeah, because Lucius is all about getting all that stuff ready. Getting all the tech.
Was he like that before the Dark Knight trilogy, though?
I actually don't know.
I don't really...
I thought he was...
I have no idea. I didn't know who Lucius was until Batman Begins. Which, I mean, I was 5. I was 5 when that movie came out, so... I know he's been around forever,
but actually, that's a good point. I don't know if he was the tech guy before this all happened, but I'm guessing he was.
Yeah, I have no idea. The main thing I remember from Lucius Fox in this show is the Clayface episode when he...
Yeah, I literally about to say that.
When he's meeting Bruce Wayne, he's like...
He was actually pretty good in this.
I'm just gonna say, my favorite part of this is Penguin and the Duck. I love the Duck.
Oh yeah, where Rundle gets sent down the old big flush with the Duck there.
Yeah, but that scene is great. I don't even care. That's the best part of the episode.
Yeah, that was actually the best part. Yes.
The Penguin is actually he's like threatening and intimidating there, and he's like, "Hey, you're getting flushed down."
He's actually good in this episode. He has jokes, but most of the time he's just like a good villain.
Yeah, he himself is good in this episode, but I mean, I don't really like the concept of the episode. Really, I think it's kind of cool that the Batmobile gets replaced and stuff, but I mean, like really, it's gonna get destroyed in this episode. And I mean, just the Batmobile getting destroyed as the premise for an episode. It's like, I mean, I don't.
The Penguin's lair actually looked a lot like.
Yeah, this episode just gave me Batman Returns vibes.
Yeah, that's definitely true though.
Yeah. This is one of those episodes, kind of like it's kind of like a Cowl's first episode. It just kind of makes me want to go watch Batman Returns because I think it's better.
It's like, why couldn't they just replace this episode with Batman Returns?
Right, it's like the Batmobile gets destroyed, and it's like the Courage the Cowardly Dog thing, where like the intro, it interrupts the freaking program. We interrupt this program to bring you Batman Returns. Grim, gritty, brooding, Batman is killing clowns because ever since he murdered the Joker, he can't stop.
He just keeps...
Yeah, Connor. So, but Earl's daughter was like the best character ever, right?
For the minute she was in the show, I honestly thought that she was better than Clock. Like she'd make a great new Clock King, actually.
The second Clock King. The second
what's
coming.
So funny?
The second coming of the Clock King.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, Connor,
or like Earl's daughter.
Okay, Connor, we got so many ideas to pitch to WB about a new animated Batman show.
Yeah, we're making the Batman the animated.
Okay, so the premise for season 1 is going to be Clock King, Sewer King, and Man Bat all team up.
Yeah.
And then at the end, Earl's daughter is going to become the new Clock King.
I mean, if we did like the Harley Quinn animated series, I think it...
Oh, dude, that would be amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, what do you think of the back...
Think of the what?
The backgliders, when they were going after Penguin at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like the backgliders. That kind of makes me think of Batman and Robin, though, when they're surfing.
They just looked really cool.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really make me think of Batman and Robin, though. Just kind of thought of that. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I I like the opening too. Honestly, I like this chase
Yeah,
sequence.
yeah,
but
the opening.
it's just like there's some good bits in this episode, and Penguin is good, but other than that,
Yeah, overall, it isn't very solid.
yeah. Other than that, I think it's just kind of bland. And it makes me want to go watch Batman Returns, the superior property.
This just makes me just wish I was watching Superman.
Watching Superman? Oh, Connor, we're getting close, kind of.
Oh man, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped.
We have one more volume of Batman the Animated Series, and then we'll probably let the 5 people that watch this series decide if we go to Superman after or just finish up with the new Batman adventures.
Please pick Superman.
Yeah,
Please.
Because Superman technically started before the new Batman adventures, but
There we go.
okay. Well, Connor, do you want to finally give the mechanics some letter grades?
Now hold on, I'm not done talking about Earl's daughter and.
Yeah, Earl's daughter really elevated this episode.
Yeah, no, they were about as good as you can expect from characters who have 1 minute of screen in a 85 episode TV show.
I mean,
How many episodes there is?
Yeah, there's actually 85 in the original Batman anime series. I'm surprised you knew that. Yeah, but the reason they made this episode was actually this is a prequel to My Name Is Earl. So,
yes.
Yeah.
I heard about this from somewhere actually. I think it was from you.
From me. That would make sense.
Yeah.
So I'm always talking about Batman.
This episode was a C. That's what I'd give it.
A C.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna give it a C minus. I was about to say I agree.
Oh, really? Were you switching up your grades there? Sound like you were prepared.
No, I was about to say C minus, or not C minus. I was about to say C, but I remembered I gave What Is Reality a C, and I think that's a better episode.
Oh yeah, you're like that's me now when I'm doing my movie rankings. I'm like I always have to wait. Did I like it more?
Yeah, right.
Less than this.
I was like, wait, there was one episode I gave a C to that I actually would much prefer watching, even though it's not the greatest.
Yeah, no, I respect that.
Okay, well, thank you, Connor. So,
yeah, no problem. Of course, that's what I'm here for.
Hey, this is our weekly segment, or well, this isn't even a weekly series anymore, but this is our this is our segment where we always talk about the Joker. We always have to talk about the Joker in this show. So,
wait, Joker was in Harley.
Yeah, Joker was in Harley and Ivy. Did you miss him?
No.
Yeah.
You're telling lies. No, he wasn't.
Oh, you're right. He's King Shark and Clayface was in it.
Yeah. King Shark, Clayface. King Shark, Clayface.
Dr. Psycho, he was in it.
Come on. I wish he was in it.
Commissioner Gordon. Dude, it's actually been a minute since we've seen Gordon, hasn't it?
Yeah, I actually can't remember the last time we saw him. We even saw Bullock.
I don't think...
The Zatanna episode.
Did we? I don't even remember.
Yeah, he was like he was walking through...
Oh, okay.
He didn't even say it, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. I don't think we've seen Gordon since I Am the Night, when he got hospitalized by the Jazz Man.
Oh, he must be recovering.
The Jazz Man. The best villain
name.
The best... the best villain name ever. I mean, other than the Clock King, of course.
Now, Clock King doesn't need to be disrespected like this.
Okay, Connor, what did you think of Harley and Ivy?
I actually didn't love this episode.
Yeah,
but that probably just comes down to the fact that Ivy and Harley aren't two of my favorites. I think they're both fine, but I understand this episode's really important, especially since it sets up the Harley and Ivy relationship. It sets up Harley getting away from Joker, which is something that the Harley Quinn animated series is very heavily taking from. It's the DCEU is very heavily taking from. But besides that, I just like a lot of it, I guess. Joker as well, I didn't really dig much of him in this episode. Batman, he was there, but he was kind of just like running after people the whole episode.
Batman, he was there.
Yeah,
yeah,
he was a supporter.
No, until the end, he literally didn't do anything. He was just chasing them and chasing them, and he's like, "Oh well, let me stop here."
Like, gotcha now. Just as they were leaving.
Yeah, let me just stop here on the street and look. Oh yeah, Harley and Ivy have been here. Well, got to chase them down to this toxic waste dump.
Also, was there a scene between Harley and Ivy? It was like halfway through the episode, and I felt like the Harley Quinn animated show, the very first episode of the anime, like almost took that scene word for word.
Which scene was it?
I can't remember exactly. It was the middle of the episode where like Ivy's basically telling Harley that she needs to stop thinking about the Joker and all that. And I felt like I've heard that scene word for word in the animation.
Yeah, that when I heard it in Harley Quinn, I thought of this episode.
Oh, okay. But I thought that was pretty cool that they reached back.
I don't know why I noticed it so much in this episode, opposed to like her previous episodes, but I really don't like this animation design for Poison Ivy.
Yeah, it looks weird. It reminds me of a Disney character.
Yeah, she looks like a Disney.
Can't think of which.
I don't know. I mean, she could be a Disney princess or a Disney villain, either, really.
Yeah, that's true. Now you mentioned a Disney villain, she does remind me of a Disney villain, but I can't think of who it is.
She looks like a freaking Demetrius.
Raiden hates Poison Ivy, confirmed.
I mean, she's okay.
She's right.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah, what? Well, Connor, you're gonna. I called you Shauner. I don't know why, but
yeah, that's my second name.
It's like I was thinking of Sean Connery and your name at the same time.
Sean Connery. So, don't worry, we get mixed up all the time.
Yeah, right. Everyone confuses Connor with Sean Connery.
Yeah. So it's a problem I have. I've tried to get him to change his name, but
yeah, you just won't.
No, he just won't.
You're gonna be shocked that my I think this episode is elevated by the Joker.
No.
Really? Not you.
Couldn't be.
Yeah, I think I've realized that I've always held this episode in a higher regard than I actually do. Like, I don't enjoy it as much as, like, say what my grade's gonna be. It's gonna be higher than, like, if I was basing on just my enjoyment, but just because of how important it is.
Yeah, because like it sets up a pretty huge comic, like just not like a story in the comics, just like a comic book genre story.
Yeah, like entire character arcs.
Yeah, exactly. And like a lot of people, their favorite version of Harley is when she leaves the Joker. Like that's people who've never even seen the animated show; they just know of the character.
Yeah, because showing like I don't know, it's showing like female superiority or something. Not superiority, but it's showing, I don't know the word. Yeah, showing that she can be independent of herself. So yeah, I like the Joker a lot in this episode. But I didn't love Ivy really, and Harley.
What a surprise!
I thought Harley was fine. But
yeah, I mean, it's actually probably the most I've liked Harley yet in the show. To be
honest. Yeah, I liked Harley, but I mean, I liked her. Yeah, this is probably the most I've liked her so far. Actually, she hasn't really been in a lot when you.
Yeah, she's only been like, and the episode she has been, she's been a.
Oh yeah, she's definitely just been a side character. This is like the episode where they finally were like, "Hey, let's make her more than just the Joker's side girl or the Joker's girl."
Yeah.
Yeah, but Batman didn't do shit until the end.
It He was there.
Then he
Should have been Harley and Ivy the Animated Series.
Then he literally didn't do anything except save the Joker. That's all he did the entire episode.
Yeah. He was like, I'll let Montoya have them.
Yeah. He was like, hey, stop shooting, you idiot.
It's like, you trying to kill
Yeah, you're freaking insane. And Joker's like, I know, that's the whole point of me.
That's my whole thing.
That's my whole thing. That's my shtick, Batman.
Yeah. It's like, without my insanity, I'm just this.
Yeah, and then the ending kind of sets up a never-ending thing with Harley too, pretty much. When she's like, I think we can work it out.
Yeah.
She wants to leave the Joker, but she just can't because he seduced her.
That's what Joker does.
The Joker uses people.
What? Joker.
The only person that Joker actually loves is Batman.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah,
you complete me.
Oh man.
It's a reference to Batman.
That line just makes me so sad because of the Dark Knight.
Batman v
Batman v Superman, Dawn of Relationships.
Yeah, that's exactly. Dawn of.
So yeah, what do you think of the car scene when all the I guess I don't know if they're supposed to be teenagers or young adults, maybe like early 20s. Oh, something interesting about that actually is their designs are based on the production team. Like one of them is the blonde guy is supposed to be Bruce Timm. And then I think
why do they look so young?
I think one's supposed to be Eric Radomski, which is he's the guy that I don't know he's like the art designer really. He's the one that had the idea of drawing the show on black construction paper, which is why it's darker and all that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's something. Fun. That's something weird they kind of throw in every now and then. Like they'll have a character like based on Bruce Timm or voiced by Bruce Timm or
I like when they do that in shows though.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What did you think of that scene though?
I don't know. It was pretty odd.
I think the reason they look so young is because young people are stupid and they'll say they'll say stuff like that to women.
Yeah. I did think it was funny though when the car just blew up. Like she's like, oh, here's the paddle.
Yeah, they're like, what you gonna do, Spanka? She's like, yes.
I'm going to blow up your car.
Here's the paddle. And she pulls out a freaking RPG bazooka. I'm like, holy.
Yeah, it was huge.
Where was she storing that thing? There's only one place that could have been, and I do not think that's healthy.
You don't know, maybe.
I wouldn't know. Yeah. Well, I'd like to have a fun time with Harley if that's what she's doing.
You want to be in that?
Yes. Okay. I dig crazy chicks. Okay. So, Connor, if
but hates Poison Ivy.
Also, like I don't hate Poison. I don't really like this version of Poison Ivy. I mean,
what version do you like?
I don't want to say I don't like this version. I don't like the design of her, which makes me not like her. Kind of.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless she's really good, like written really well. But I mean, most Poison Ivy I just think are okay. I don't really love a lot. I mean, I like the Harley Quinn version a lot actually. But anyway, I did like how the episode just kind of opened or straight up into the action, like Batman's chasing Joker and Harley, like get into the episode immediately.
Yeah, that's and like they immediately go, hey, Joker's in. Keep watching.
Oh, Joker has some great lines though. Like, I love the line when they go over the hill and he's like, "Who put that hill there?"
yeah. It's like, I don't know. I didn't know it was a hill.
Like that hill wasn't there 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. It's like, that hill just got
Who put
yesterday.
that there?
Nature.
Hand me the gun. Hands him the fucking Bane gun.
Harley was just screwing up one after another.
Yeah. So, Connor,
Come on, Harley.
If you don't have any more to add, what would you give this episode?
I'd give it a C+.
Oh, damn.
I thought it was, but I don't know. I didn't love it.
See, my grade for this did go slightly down, like what I thought I was gonna give it before I rewatched it, but it's still up there. So I'm gonna give it a B+. I thought it was gonna be about A-, but I was like,
a whole grade above.
a whole grade, an entire grade, Connor. So
I'm a fan.
That's volume 2. That's the last episode of volume 2. So
That's it. We're doing Batman the Animated Series now. Next week we're starting Superman.
No, Connor. Next time we gotta do a recap of volume 2 because we did a recap of volume 1, and I don't know.
Get to remember all those lovely episodes.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people watched our recap, but they didn't watch the actual episodes, which is sad. Which is sad.
Rain, damn it! We're funny.
Thank you all for watching, by the way. Especially if you...
Yeah, no, if you watch it.
Especially if you stayed through this for 23 minutes, like, you're the best.